Sit with me for a while. I want to speak to you the way I would in a quiet room. No performance, no judgment, just the work that matters. You asked how to know when your shadow is no longer content to live in the basement and has started driving the car. That question already shows courage. It means you've noticed yourself saying things you didn't plan to say, choosing what you swore you'd never choose again, and watching the same scene repeat in different rooms with different people. Jung called the shadow the constellation of rejected traits and impulses, the parts of you learned were unsafe to show. It is not the enemy of your life. It is the exiled life inside you, and when it is not welcomed home, it will run the house from behind the walls. Let me lay a simple path. We'll move through 5 recognitions: repetition, disproportion, projection, performance, and abdication. I will speak like a clinician, but also like a man who has sat with men in their hardest hours. You do not need to become someone else. You need to become whole. 1. Repetition, the same lesson in new clothes. At first, it seems like misfortune. Different job, different city, different partner, same ending. You felt hopeful, then familiar dread, then the old script, disappointment, resentment, withdrawal. You tell yourself, I chose differently this time, yet somehow you're back where you started. That isn't a curse, it's architecture. The psyche rebuilds the same corridor until you recognize the door you've always refused to open. The shadow doesn't punish you. It recreates the moment of decision, so you can finally choose with consciousness rather than reflex. A man who was shamed for having needs will keep choosing people who cannot meet needs. He will call this bad luck, but the repetition is a compass pointing to the place he will not stand and say, this is what I require. A man who learned that anger loses love will choose situations where he must either swallow anger or risk abandonment. He will call this unfair, but the geometry is exact. The psyche keeps presenting the scene he avoided practicing. Repetition is not random. It is the soul's insistence on completion. Until you allow the old scene to be lived through with the spine you did not have at the time, the stagehands will reset it. New actors, same lines, same lesson waiting. If you want to know whether your shadow is in charge, listen for sentences that begin with always and never. Always this kind of boss, never the right partner, always unrecognized, never chosen. These absolutes reveal an unconscious author. Consciousness speaks in specifics. The shadow speaks in eternities. The truth is quieter. This is the lesson I keep meeting. Once you say that, the repetition stops feeling like fate and starts feeling like a doorway. And doorways are for men who have decided to walk. 2. Disproportion. Heat that exceeds the moment. A small slight lands like a knife. You hear a tone in someone's voice and your body floods. Your partner asks for space and you feel abandoned, not for an hour, but as if you've been left alone on a train platform at dusk. When the emotion outweighs the event, the shadow has taken the microphone. Disproportion is the signature of the past in the present. It isn't merely being too sensitive. It is being precisely sensitive to a wound that was never permitted to speak at the time. The stoic man will say, it's nothing. The explosive man will make it everything. Both are controlled, one by refusal, the other by overflow. The controlled man is not the one who never feels. He is the one who recognizes this reaction is older than this room. Notice how disproportion breeds stories. They don't respect me. No one ever chooses me. I'm done with people. These are not facts. They are the shadow assembling a jury and testifying as the only witness. What is proportionate? A response that matches what actually happened, not less, not more. It feels clean, like cool water on a hot face. You say what is true, not what the past demands. When proportion returns, the shadow loosens its grip. You can feel the difference on your tongue. Bitterness dries up, and clarity remains. The man controlled by his shadow cannot feel proportion. The man who is learning to integrate can. He knows the difference between a spark and a wildfire, between an old dream and the person standing in front of him now. He becomes trustworthy because his presence belongs to the moment, not the past. 3. Projection, the mirror you want to break. The psyche has a quiet trick. Whatever you refuse to acknowledge in yourself, it will place on a screen outside you. Then it will seat you in front row, arms crossed, and make you watch. You'll despise arrogance because you have ambition you never claimed. You'll call others weak because tenderness terrifies you. You'll resent controlling people because you hunger for authority and have no clean relationship to it. Projection is not lying about others. It's misplacing what is yours. Sometimes the trait is actually there, but your intensity tells the truth. I am reacting to myself. That is why certain people feel radioactive. They are not just themselves anymore. They're you wearing their face. A man in shadow will swear he sees clearly. He doesn't. He sees with surgical precision everything but himself. He thinks he is diagnosing the world, not realizing he is reading his own chart out loud. There is a reason contempt feels intoxicating. It relieves you from the ache of examining your own unlived life. It binds you to moral superiority, which is the cheapest high a man can buy. It separates you from brothers, lovers, colleagues, and from the parts of you that could have become strong if only you had admitted they existed. How do you recognize projection without turning this into a technique? You notice the rise, you notice the speed, you notice the enjoyment, and then the hangover, and you tell yourself a simple, unglamorous sentence. Some of what I hate lives here too. That sentence is not defeat. It is the first honest step towards sovereignty. When projection softens, relationships change. People stop looking like enemies and start looking like mirrors, useful, uncomfortable, and finally liberating. The man who becomes curious about his own reflection becomes impossible to manipulate. He is no longer driven by denial. He is driven by truth. 4. Performance, the mask that won't come off. When the shadow runs the show, authenticity feels like risk. Better to perform, better to show the curated man, competent, agreeable, admired, useful. You will be praised for this mask. You may be promoted for it. Many men build entire lives around a persona they mistake for a self. Jung warned that the persona is necessary but deadly if you marry it. Why? Because admiration is not love. Applause is not intimacy. You can succeed while starving. A man who lives to be seen will begin to organize his choices around optics. What earns points, what avoids conflict, what keeps the tribe comfortable. He will call this being wise, but inside there is a quiet bargain. If I shine in the right way, maybe I won't be left. This is not adulthood. It is a boyhood contract masquerading as virtue. How do you know performance is running you? You sense the hollowness after triumph. You notice you are careful where you used to be alive. You cannot feel your yes or your no without calculating the audience. Compliments land, but nothing touches you. The shadow loves performance because it keeps you away from the one person whose approval actually matters, your own. As long as the mask stays on, the exiled parts of you stay exiled. The tenderness you hid, the fury you never aimed cleanly, the grief you postponed, the particular shape of your gift muted in exchange for acceptance. A man stepping out of performance does not become reckless or loud. He becomes accurate. He speaks a little less. What he says has weight. He turns toward conversations he used to avoid. He is not cruel, but he is not available for the smallness that applause requires. He stops auditioning in rooms where his soul is not needed. You can tell he is free by the way silence sits on him. He does not hurry to fill it. He does not panic in it. He has begun to belong to himself. 5. Abdication, blaming fate for what you keep choosing. The final sign is the quietest and the most devastating. You narrate your life as if you didn't write it. Everything happens to you. Chaos arrives uninvited. Betrayal hunts you down. Bad timing explains everything. The shadow is a brilliant dramatist. It arranges the stage so your old beliefs look confirmed. If you are sure you will be abandoned, you'll ignore red flags, collapse boundaries, and then call the ending inevitable. If you believe people cannot be trusted, you'll choose the unreliable. And when they fail, you'll say, "See?" If you are convinced you must do everything yourself, you won't ask for help, and then you'll resent the world for letting you drown. This is abdication, giving your agency to the story you fear. It feels safe because responsibility is heavy, and self-honesty hurts before it heals. But without responsibility, there can be no respect, not from others and not from yourself. A man under abdication is full of reasons and empty of choices. A man stepping out of it becomes painfully simple. He stops explaining. He starts owning, not with theatrical vows, not with public declarations, but with a reorientation that can be heard in the way he speaks about his life. The pronouns change. "They made me" becomes "I chose." "It always happens" becomes "I allowed it." He doesn't hate himself for this. He recognizes the design, and he reclaims authorship. The shadow does not vanish when you take responsibility. It drops the puppet strings because it no longer needs to yank your hand to move the world. You are moving it on purpose now. The boy, the armor, and the man who arrives. Beneath all 5 signs lies the same architecture. A boy who learned to survive by splitting off what was true, and a man who keeps the boy's contracts long after they have expired. Repetition is the boy hoping to finally get a different ending. Disproportion is the boy finally being heard through an adult's mouth. Projection is the boy pointing at the world so he won't be examined. Performance is the boy trading honesty for safety. Abdication is the boy waiting for rescue. What then is the man? Not a hero, not a statue. The man is the adult who arrives and stays. He does not shame the boy or worship him. He listens and decides. He lets grief run through the system without turning it into spectacle. He permits anger to inform boundaries without turning it into punishment. He lets longing teach him where life is asking to be built. This is the beginning of integration, not the erasure of shadow, but the end of its illegitimate rule. The exiled parts are allowed home, not to dominate the house, but to have a room in it. The man becomes coherent. That coherence is not loud. It is weight, felt by anyone who stands near him. Masculine structure: king, warrior, magician, lover. Jung's archetypal language remains useful, not as mythology to cosplay, but as maps for the inner city. When repetition breaks, the warrior stops fighting phantoms and begins to defend what is here. When proportion returns, the lover can feel deeply without drowning. When projection softens, the magician sees reality cleanly and speaks from insight, not performance. When abdication ends, the king emerges, not as a tyrant grasping for control, but as order and blessing. This is allowed, this is not, this is ours to build, this is ours to release. The integrated king is not sentimental, he is just. He does not outsource authority to moods, crowds, or childhood contracts. He confers value and holds line. His presence settles rooms because his inner court is not at war with itself. Leadership, love, and the quiet test. What happens in a man's life when the shadow is no longer at the wheel? Leadership changes first. Decisions are cleaner. Meetings have fewer words and more reality. You no longer need enemies to feel strong. Respect arrives without demand because steadiness signals safety. You will tell the truth even when it costs you. You will not humiliate to win. You will not abandon when it storms. Love deepens, not by becoming dramatic, but by becoming honest. You stop performing for admiration and start speaking for connection. You listen to learn, not to load a counter-argument. You don't call detachment strength. You know what tenderness costs, and you pay it because love without tenderness is management, not union. And your own life, your private, unphotographed life, stops feeling like something you endure between highlights. The hours become inhabitable. You can be alone without shrinking, with people without disappearing, in conflict without breaking, in joy without apologizing for it. The nervous system unclenches. The house is in order, not perfect but governed. That is the quiet test of masculine maturity, not the absence of darkness, but the ability to hold it without letting it leak onto those you love. Responsibility and witness. You will still face crucial turns alone. That is how initiations work. But you do not have to be isolated. Men heal in the presence of men who do not flinch. Brotherhood is not a performance of strength. It is a place where truth does not have to shout to be heard. It matters who stands near you when the old scene tries to restart. It matters who hears your unclean truth and does not withdraw. It matters who refuses to turn your confession into a contest. A man who has witnesses does not need to rehearse his greatness. He remembers his center and proceeds. The paradox remains: solitude for decisions, brotherhood for endurance. Both, not one. What you owe. You do not owe the world a mask that pacifies it. You owe the world a self that is coherent, disciplined, warm, and strong. You owe the people you love the steadiness of proportion. You owe your work the accuracy of clean perception. You owe the boy you once were a man who will not abandon him again. And you owe the exiled parts, anger, grief, desire, tenderness, power, a place at the table. Not to run your life, but to be heard so they no longer need to hijack it. Closing. So, 5 signs you're being controlled by your shadow. The same lesson repeating with new actors. Emotion that outweighs the moment. Hatred that functions as a mirror. A life arranged around appearance instead of truth. And the story that everything happens to you while you quietly keep choosing it. None of this is a verdict, it's a map. You are not asked to destroy your shadow. You are invited to recognize it, to let it stand beside you rather than behind you, to let it give you back the heat you exiled and the gold you refused to claim. If you listen closely, you can hear the shift. The sentences change, the posture changes. The room inside you opens, and there is a chair for each part that returns from exile. A house in order, a man at home. Be that man, not perfectly, reliably. Begin. Sit with me for a while. I want to speak to you the way I would in a quiet room. No performance, no judgment, just the work that matters. You asked how to know when your shadow is no longer content to live in the basement and has started driving the car. That question already shows courage. It means you've noticed yourself saying things you didn't plan to say, choosing what you swore you'd never choose again, and watching the same scene repeat in different rooms with different people. Jung called the shadow the constellation of rejected traits and impulses, the parts of you you learned were unsafe to show. It is not the enemy of your life, it is the exiled life inside you. And when it is not welcomed home, it will run the house from behind the walls. Let me lay a simple path. We'll move through 5 recognitions: repetition, disproportion, projection, performance, and abdication. I will speak like a clinician, but also like a man who has sat with men in their hardest hours. You do not need to become someone else. You need to become whole. 1. Repetition, the same lesson in new clothes. At first, it seems like misfortune. Different job, different city, different partners, same ending. You felt hopeful, then familiar dread, then the old script, disappointment, resentment, withdrawal. You tell yourself, I chose differently this time, yet somehow you're back where you started. That isn't a curse. It's architecture. The psyche rebuilds the same corridor until you recognize the door you've always refused to open. The shadow doesn't punish you. It recreates the moment of decision, so you can finally choose with consciousness rather than reflex. A man who was shamed for having needs will keep choosing people who cannot meet needs. He will call this bad luck, but the repetition is a compass pointing to the place he will not stand and say, this is what I require. A man who learned that anger loses love will choose situations where he must either swallow anger or risk abandonment. He will call this unfair, but the geometry is exact. The psyche keeps presenting the scene he avoided practicing. Repetition is not random. It is the soul's insistence on completion. Until you allow the old scene to be lived through with the spine you did not have at the time, the stage hands will reset it. New actors, same lines, same lesson waiting. If you want to know whether your shadow is in charge, listen for sentences that begin with always and never. Always this kind of boss, never the right partner, always unrecognized, never chosen. These absolutes reveal an unconscious author. Consciousness speaks in specifics. The shadow speaks in eternities. The truth is quieter. This is the lesson I keep meeting. Once you say that, the repetition stops feeling like fate and starts feeling like a doorway. And doorways are for men who have decided to walk. 2. Disproportion. Heat that exceeds the moment. A small slight lands like a knife. You hear a tone in someone's voice and your body floods. Your partner asks for space and you feel abandoned, not for an hour, but as if you've been left alone on a train platform at dusk. When the emotion outweighs the event, the shadow has taken the microphone. Disproportion is the signature of the past in the present. It isn't merely being too sensitive. It is being precisely sensitive to a wound that was never permitted to speak at the time. The stoic man will say, it's nothing. The explosive man will make it everything. Both are controlled, one by refusal, the other by overflow. The controlled man is not the one who never feels. He is the one who recognizes, this reaction is older than this room. Notice how disproportion breeds stories. They don't respect me. No one ever chooses me. I'm done with people. These are not facts. They are the shadow assembling a jury and testifying as the only witness. What is proportionate? A response that matches what actually happened, not less, not more. It feels clean, like cool water on a hot face. You say what is true, not what the past demands. When proportion returns, the shadow loosens its grip. You can feel the difference on your tongue. Bitterness dries up and clarity remains. The man controlled by his shadow cannot feel proportion. The man who is learning to integrate can. He knows the difference between a spark and a wildfire, between an old dream and the person standing in front of him now. He becomes trustworthy because his presence belongs to the moment, not the past. 3. Projection, the mirror you want to break. The psyche has a quiet trick. Whatever you refuse to acknowledge in yourself, it will place on a screen outside you. Then it will seat you in front row, arms crossed, and make you watch. You'll despise arrogance because you have ambition you never claimed. You'll call others weak because tenderness terrifies you. You'll resent controlling people because you hunger for authority and have no clean relationship to it. Projection is not lying about others. It's misplacing what is yours. Sometimes the trait is actually there, but your intensity tells the truth. I am reacting to myself. That is why certain people feel radioactive. They are not just themselves anymore. They're you wearing their face. A man in shadow will swear he sees clearly. He doesn't. He sees with surgical precision everything but himself. He thinks he is diagnosing the world, not realizing he is reading his own chart out loud. There is a reason contempt feels intoxicating. It relieves you from the ache of examining your own unlived life. It binds you to moral superiority, which is the cheapest high a man can buy. It separates you from brothers, lovers, colleagues, and from the parts of you that could have become strong if only you had admitted they existed. How do you recognize projection without turning this into a technique? You notice the rise, you notice the speed, you notice the enjoyment, and then the hangover. And you tell yourself a simple, unglamorous sentence. Some of what I hate lives here too. That sentence is not defeat. It is the first honest step toward sovereignty. When projection softens, relationships change. People stop looking like enemies and start looking like mirrors, useful, uncomfortable, and finally liberating. The man who becomes curious about his own reflection becomes impossible to manipulate. He is no longer driven by denial. He is driven by truth. 4. Performance, the mask that won't come off. When the shadow runs the show, authenticity feels like risk. Better to perform, better to show the curated man, competent, agreeable, admired, useful. You will be praised for this mask. You may be promoted for it. Many men build entire lives around a persona they mistake for a self. Jung warned that the persona is necessary but deadly if you marry it. Why? Because admiration is not love. Applause is not intimacy. You can succeed while starving. A man who lives to be seen will begin to organize his choices around optics, what earns points, what avoids conflict, what keeps the tribe comfortable. He will call this being wise, but inside there is a quiet bargain. If I shine in the right way, maybe I won't be left. This is not adulthood. It is a boyhood contract masquerading as virtue. How do you know performance is running you? You sense the hollowness after triumph. You notice you are careful where you used to be alive. You cannot feel your yes or your no without calculating the audience. Compliments land, but nothing touches you. The shadow loves performance because it keeps you away from the one person whose approval actually matters, your own. As long as the mask stays on, the exiled parts of you stay exiled. The tenderness you hid, the fury you never aimed cleanly, the grief you postponed, the particular shape of your gift, muted in exchange for acceptance. A man stepping out of performance does not become reckless or loud. He becomes accurate. He speaks a little less. What he says has weight. He turns toward conversations he used to avoid. He is not cruel, but he is not available for the smallness that applause requires. He stops auditioning in rooms where his soul is not needed. You can tell he is free by the way silence sits on him. He does not hurry to fill it. He does not panic in it. He has begun to belong to himself. 5. Abdication, blaming fate for what you keep choosing. The final sign is the quietest and the most devastating. You narrate your life as if you didn't write it. Everything happens to you. Chaos arrives uninvited. Betrayal hunts you down. Bad timing explains everything. The shadow is a brilliant dramatist. It arranges the stage so your old beliefs look confirmed. If you are sure you will be abandoned, you'll ignore red flags, collapse boundaries, and then call the ending inevitable. If you believe people cannot be trusted, you'll choose the unreliable, and when they fail, you'll say, "See?" If you are convinced you must do everything yourself, you won't ask for help, and then you'll resent the world for letting you drown. This is abdication, giving your agency to the story you fear. It feels safe because responsibility is heavy, and self-honesty hurts before it heals. But without responsibility, there can be no respect, not from others and not from yourself. A man under abdication is full of reasons and empty of choices. A man stepping out of it becomes painfully simple. He stops explaining. He starts owning. Not with theatrical vows, not with public declarations, but with a reorientation that can be heard in the way he speaks about his life. The pronouns change. "They made me" becomes "I chose." "It always happens" becomes "I allowed it." He doesn't hate himself for this. He recognizes the design, and he reclaims authorship. The shadow does not vanish when you take responsibility. It drops the puppet strings because it no longer needs to yank your hand to move the world. You are moving it on purpose now. The boy, the armor, and the man who arrives. Beneath all 5 signs lies the same architecture. A boy who learned to survive by splitting off what was true, and a man who keeps the boy's contracts long after they have expired. Repetition is the boy hoping to finally get a different ending. Disproportion is the boy finally being heard through an adult's mouth. Projection is the boy pointing at the world so he won't be examined. Performance is the boy trading honesty for safety. Abdication is the boy waiting for rescue. What then is the man? Not a hero, not a statue. The man is the adult who arrives and stays. He does not shame the boy or worship him. He listens and decides. He lets grief run through the system without turning it into spectacle. He permits anger to inform boundaries without turning it into punishment. He lets longing teach him where life is asking to be built. This is the beginning of integration, not the erasure of shadow, but the end of its illegitimate rule. The exiled parts are allowed home, not to dominate the house, but to have a room in it. The man becomes coherent. That coherence is not loud. It is weight, felt by anyone who stands near him. Masculine structure, king, warrior, magician, lover. Jung's archetypal language remains useful, not as mythology to cosplay, but as maps for the inner city. When repetition breaks, the warrior stops fighting phantoms and begins to defend what is here. When proportion returns, the lover can feel deeply without drowning. When projection softens, the magician sees reality cleanly and speaks from insight, not performance. When abdication ends, the king emerges, not as a tyrant grasping for control, but as order and blessing. This is allowed, this is not. This is ours to build, this is ours to release. The integrated king is not sentimental, he is just. He does not outsource authority to moods, crowds, or childhood contracts. He confers value and holds line. His presence settles rooms because his inner court is not at war with itself. Leadership, love, and the quiet test. What happens in a man's life when the shadow is no longer at the wheel? Leadership changes first. Decisions are cleaner. Meetings have fewer words and more reality. You no longer need enemies to feel strong. Respect arrives without demand because steadiness signals safety. You will tell the truth even when it costs you. You will not humiliate to win. You will not abandon when it storms. Love deepens, not by becoming dramatic, but by becoming honest. You stop performing for admiration and start speaking for connection. You listen to learn, not to load a counter-argument. You don't call detachment strength. You know what tenderness costs, and you pay it because love without tenderness is management, not union. And your own life, your private, unphotographed life, stops feeling like something you endure between highlights. The hours become inhabitable. You can be alone without shrinking, with people without disappearing, in conflict without breaking, in joy without apologizing for it. The nervous system unclenches. The house is in order, not perfect, but governed. That is the quiet test of masculine maturity, not the absence of darkness, but the ability to hold it without letting it leak onto those you love. Responsibility and witness. You will still face crucial turns alone. That is how initiations work. But you do not have to be isolated. Men heal in the presence of men who do not flinch. Brotherhood is not a performance of strength. It is a place where truth does not have to shout to be heard. It matters who stands near you when the old scene tries to restart. It matters who hears your unclean truth and does not withdraw. It matters who refuses to turn your confession into a contest. A man who has witnesses does not need to rehearse his greatness. He remembers his center and proceeds. The paradox remains: solitude for decisions, brotherhood for endurance, both, not one. What you owe. You do not owe the world a mask that pacifies it. You owe the world a self that is coherent, disciplined, warm, and strong. You owe the people you love the steadiness of proportion. You owe your work the accuracy of a clean perception. You owe the boy you once were a man who will not abandon him again. And you owe the exiled parts, anger, grief, desire, tenderness, power, a place at the table, not to run your life, but to be heard so they no longer need to hijack it. Closing, so 5 signs you're being controlled by your shadow. The same lesson repeating with new actors. Emotion that outweighs the moment. Hatred that functions as a mirror. A life arranged around appearance instead of truth. And the story that everything happens to you while you quietly keep choosing it. None of this is a verdict, it's a map. You are not asked to destroy your shadow. You are invited to recognize it, to let it stand beside you rather than behind you, to let it give you back the heat you exiled and the gold you refused to claim. If you listen closely, you can hear the shift. The sentences change. The posture changes. The room inside you opens, and there is a chair for each part that returns from exile. A house in order, a man at home. Be that man, not perfectly, reliably. Begin. I want to speak to you the way I would in a quiet room. No performance, no judgment, just the work that matters. You asked a plain, costly question. Why do I keep losing control of my emotions? Good. That question is already a kind of courage. It admits that your inner weather does not obey your intentions, that something older than your plans keeps rising to the surface and taking the wheel. In Jung's language, what you call losing control is rarely random. It is the shadow, the exiled life in you, pushing past the persona, the social mask that keeps you acceptable. It is also the complex, a cluster of memory, meaning, and feeling activated before you can think. And beneath both lives, a project Jung called individuation, becoming one coherent person rather than a collection of reactions. Today we will name what is actually happening, where it begins, how it shows up, and what changes when the adult in you finally arrives. Not tricks, not hacks. A reorientation from being possessed by emotion to becoming its steward. You do not need to become someone else. You need to become whole. One, what it actually is and what it isn't. What you call out of control is not proof that you're weak. It is proof that your psyche is honest. Emotion is the body's language for meaning. It surges when something important has been touched. Anger means a boundary or value is in danger. Fear means significance is present. Grief means the heart recognizes cost. Longing points toward unlived life. But for many men, emotion was trained to wear a costume. Anger could show up only as dominance or silence. Sadness was disguised as sarcasm. Fear had to pretend to be logic. The culture told you that competence is the only acceptable feeling, and you complied until the body refused. What you call blowing up, shutting down, or spiraling is not a moral failure. It is deferred truth arriving all at once. Myth. Real men control their emotions. Truth. Mature men carry their emotions. They don't outsource them to the room, nor do they bury them in the basement. They allow feeling to inform perception without letting it commandeer behavior. Myth. If I felt less, I'd be safer. Truth. If you felt more accurately, you'd be stronger. The goal is not numbness. It is proportion and coherence. What you feel matches what is happening. The shadow complicates this because it stores what was punished or humiliated. When the persona grows polished, the shadow swells with pressure. You become exemplary outside and estranged inside. Eventually, the exiled life refuses further exile. That's the loss of control you're afraid of, not chaos, but return. There is gold in what you banished. Fire without a container becomes destruction. With a container, it becomes warmth and light. The very energies you fear, anger, tenderness, pride, grief, are the ones that, integrated, turn a loud boy into a quiet man with a spine. 2. How it appears in ordinary life. This isn't a seminar problem, it's a Tuesday problem. Morning. You walk into the kitchen already bracing. One small comment from a partner and your chest tightens. You reply with precision that sounds like control but feels like steel. You tell yourself you're just being clear, but an hour later you wonder why the room went cold. Midday. A colleague receives recognition. You congratulate him and then spend the next 3 hours constructing a case that he didn't deserve it. You call it standards. It tastes like envy you can't admit. Evening. You intend to be present at home, but your body stays arched towards unfinished battles. You feel outside your own life, watching yourself perform in it. Later, when someone needs you, you're either too sharp or too far away. Both register as the same thing, unavailable. Notice 3 markers: disproportion. The heat in you dwarfs the stimulus. A delay becomes betrayal. A disagreement becomes a verdict. The scale is off because the past is speaking through the present. Projection. The trait you condemn in others, arrogance, neediness, control, flares because it mirrors the part you refuse to acknowledge in yourself. Your judgment is loud because it shields you from recognition. Repetition, different faces, same ending. No matter the job or relationship, your emotional life returns to a familiar pattern. Escalation, withdrawal, apology, distance. You call it fate. It's a loop. Take shame out of this. Shame paralyzes curiosity. Curiosity is how reality opens. You're not defective. You're unintegrated. The body is dragging truth to the surface the only way it knows how, by making it impossible to ignore. 3. Origins and the boy who stayed. Men rarely lose control in a vacuum. They inherit a choreography. If your father was a storm, you learned to read silence the way sailors read clouds. You became skilled at anticipating weather rather than naming needs. Control felt like safety because guessing kept you alive. In adulthood, that becomes vigilance you call awareness, but which is actually fatigue. When people ask for closeness, your nervous system scans the horizon for lightning. The request itself feels like threat. If your father was absent, your emotions grew without offense. You learned to parent yourself too early to become the reliable adult in a house without one. In adulthood, dependence feels dangerous. You equate asking for help with humiliation. You call it self-reliance, while resenting the world for not reading your mind. If your mother was wounded or enmeshed, you learned to be good instead of true. You became her comfort, her counselor, her little savior. You developed exquisite sensitivity to others at the cost of your own center. In adulthood, you confuse agreement with love and wonder why resentment collects like dust behind every compromise. Inside the man who loses control lives a boy who signs survival contracts. If I am strong, I will be unloved. If I show tears, I will be mocked. If I set limits, I will be abandoned. If I show anger, I will become him. So the man armors up. Achievement, coolness, jokes, explanations, while the boy keeps the keys to vitality. When emotion surges, it's often the boy trying to speak through borrowed adult volume. He is not asking you to regress. He is asking you to arrive, to become the adult who can carry what he could not. This is not a tribunal against your parents. It's an inventory of your inheritance. The point is not blame. The point is authorship. The story you were given is not the story you must continue. 4. Contact without collapse. You do not integrate by analysis alone. You integrate by contact, letting what is true come close enough to be recognized without being swallowed by it. There's a moment every man knows. You catch your reflection, really catch it, and for a second your face looks like someone else's. The old expression, the old flinch, the old contempt, a stranger you've met before. That is a doorway. Most men look away. The ones who change stay for one beat longer and admit what they see. Another moment, a dream that won't let go. You are in a house you've always known, but can't quite place. The rooms keep rearranging themselves. Water runs under a door, rising. Someone is in the attic, calling your name, but when you climb the stairs, you wake. You tell yourself, it's nothing. It isn't nothing. It's the psyche drawing blueprints of the structure you live in and pointing to the floorboards that swell when it rains. Or the simple, brutal moment at a dinner table when someone you love says, when you're under pressure, you leave without moving. You feel anger rise, and then you feel grief beneath it, like a hand at the back of your neck. That grief is not weakness, it is GPS. It's pointing at the room inside you keep dark. Contact is not technique, it is staying, not to drown, to witness. You tell the truth quietly to yourself. This reaction is older than this moment. That sentence moves emotion out of destiny and into history. History can be integrated. Destiny cannot be argued with. You will feel the pull to explain, to litigate, to reorganize the room so no one sees you. Resist the courtroom. Choose the chair. Sit in it. Let what is true be true for a minute. Nothing terrible happens in that minute except the collapse of illusion. On the other side of that collapse lives relief that is almost holy. 5. Containment before expression. Men are taught two bad choices, explode or suppress. Both are abdications. Containment is the third path, the adult vessel that can hold heat without spreading fire. Containment is not repression. Repression says, there is nothing here. Containment says, there is a lot here, and I am strong enough to carry it until it can be expressed cleanly. Containment is dignity. People feel safe around a man who can carry things. You know the difference in your bones. Dirty expression is theatrical, volume disguising fear, cleverness hiding contempt, a righteousness that smells like gasoline. It tries to win, not to relate. It punishes to relieve pressure. In dirty expression, the past performs on today's stage and calls it justice. Clean expression is unnervingly simple. The voice is steady, not because the heart is calm, but because the adult is present. The words are few, accurate and unadorned. Clean anger defends life. It doesn't humiliate to prove it's real. Clean grief names loss. It doesn't recruit an audience to verify that it hurts. Clean desire honors what it longs for without converting other people into objects. Containment makes clean expression possible. Without containment, you outsource the cost of your feelings to the room. With containment, you pay the cost yourself and speak in currency that others can receive. A man who learns containment stops scaring the people he loves. He also stops scaring himself. He becomes someone he can trust with his own power. That trust is the beginning of quiet confidence, the kind that doesn't need to announce itself to exist. 6. Consequences of avoidance versus integration. Avoidance looks efficient. Meetings are shorter when you don't feel. Relationships are quieter when you perform. Solitude is easier when you call it independence instead of fear. For a time, avoidance even works. Then bills arrive. Avoidance bills you in 3 currencies: connection, leadership, and self-respect. Connection. When people don't feel you, they cannot attach to you. They will respect your skill and avoid your interior. Your partner will start talking around you instead of to you. Your friends will invite your competence but not your presence. You will be admired and lonely, an expensive trade. Leadership. Teams don't follow certainty alone. They follow regulated humanity, a person whose steadiness comes from integration, not from performance. An unintegrated leader seeks enemies to feel alive, builds urgency to avoid intimacy, and makes speed the solution to everything. Integrated leadership is slower, clearer, and paradoxically more decisive. Decisions made from wholeness land with weight instead of weightlessness dressed as momentum. Self-respect. The longest road in a man's life is the distance between who he performs as and who he knows he is. When that gap widens, the mirror becomes an adversary. You will look away to avoid the conversation your soul is trying to have with you. If you keep looking away, cynicism grows, a crust on the heart that pretends to be wisdom. Integration closes that distance. You begin to recognize yourself again, not because you became perfect, but because you stopped pretending. What changes when you integrate? The nervous system unclenches, proportion returns. The same provocation that used to spike you now lands and moves through like weather through an open house. You still feel, sometimes fiercely, but you do not need the room to carry your storm. You can hold it and you can choose. That is the definition of power that does not require an audience. People sense it before you announce it. They speak more truth around you. They bring you problems without wrapping them in apology. Your presence becomes a permission slip. Here, we can tell the truth without being punished for it. That is how environments heal, one man at a time becoming reliable. 7 archetypal framing king, warrior, magician, lover. Jung's archetypal map is not cosplay, it is a language for inner order. When a man keeps losing control, the warrior is usually fighting the past in the present. He is brave but misaimed. Integrated, the warrior draws his sword only for what is here and now. Clear boundaries, defended values, protection that doesn't confuse violence with strength. The lover carries the heart. Out of control, he drowns or disappears. Integrated, he feels without flooding, delights without addiction, grieves without theatrics. He brings color back to a life that competence drained. The magician sees patterns. Out of control, he rationalizes feelings away or weaponizes insight to avoid intimacy. Integrated, he names reality cleanly and uses understanding to serve, not to stay superior. And then the king, order and blessing. Out of control, he becomes a tyrant. Everything bends to my mood. Or a hollow figurehead. My mood bends to everyone. Integrated, he becomes the atmosphere. This is allowed. This is not. This is ours to build. This is ours to release. He doesn't need to prove authority because his life is authority, measured, human, faithful. Integration doesn't crown you. It stabilizes the throne inside you so you can sit in it without shaking the house. Humility is the crown's weight correctly worn, awareness of limit and learning. Responsibility is the fragrance of a true king. Others can breathe easier when you enter because pressure converts to clarity instead of spectacle. 8. Responsibility and witness. You will face decisive turns alone, moments when no one can stand between you and the choice that defines you. That solitude is part of initiation. But living alone with what you carry is not masculinity. It's slow erosion. Men heal in the presence of men who do not flinch. I do not mean performance circles where everyone tries to out-depth one another. I mean 2 or 3 men in your life who know the unedited version of your story and do not treat it as gossip or currency. Men who will not collude with your avoidance, won't be impressed by your performance, and won't disappear when you are not impressive. Witness is not fixing. Witness is staying. When you begin to lose control, witnesses help you remember proportion. When you're tempted to turn feeling into theater, witnesses bring you back to clean. When you want to narrate your life as if you didn't write it, witnesses hand you the pen without fanfare. Not isolation, not performance, presence, not perfectly, reliably. Closing benediction. You asked why you keep losing control of your emotions. The sober answer is that you are not losing control. Control is being returned to you from the exile where you left it. Emotion surges where truth was postponed. Anger arrives where boundaries were traded for belonging. Grief enters where love was real. Fear signals where meaning matters. Longing points toward the life that keeps calling your name when the room goes quiet. You are not asked to be less. You are asked to be accurate, to carry what is yours without outsourcing it, to let the boy in you stop running the house while the man hides in the garage, to become the adult who can hold heat without burning the room, cold without freezing it, power without humiliating anyone with it. There will still be storms, but they will be your storms, governed by a center that does not vanish when the wind rises. The people you love will feel the difference, not because you became tame, but because you became trustworthy. Be that man, not perfectly reliably. Begin. Sit with me for a while. You asked about power, what it truly is, why men pursue it so relentlessly, and why so many are quietly undone by it once they find it. That's not a casual question. It's one that reaches into the oldest parts of the masculine psyche. Every man, whether he admits it or not, carries within him an instinct for power, the desire to stand firmly in the world, to influence, to protect, to create something that lasts. Yet the more a man chases power without understanding himself, the more that power begins to consume him. Jung saw this over and over again in his patients and in his own life, the moment when ambition becomes possession. Carl Jung wrote, "Where love reigns, there is no will to power, and where power predominates, love is lacking." He didn't mean that power itself was corrupt or shameful. He meant that when power is divorced from love, when it is not tempered by consciousness, empathy, and restraint, it becomes demonic in the literal psychological sense. It takes possession of the ego. Jung never condemned power. He simply warned that it must be integrated, not idolized. So let us speak clearly and quietly about it. I will lay out 7 hidden lessons Jung taught about power, lessons that were not meant for politicians or generals, but for every man who wants to govern his own life with steadiness and integrity. We'll move through what power is and what it isn't, how it appears in daily life, where it begins in boyhood, how it mutates when it's repressed, and finally, what it becomes when it matures into what Jung called the king energy, the axis of an integrated masculine psyche. 1. Power is not domination, it's integration. The first lesson is that power has nothing to do with domination. Domination is what insecure men do when they mistake control for strength. True power is not a performance of superiority. It is the ability to bring every part of oneself into alignment so that action flows from coherence rather than compensation. When Jung spoke of integration, he meant the process of reconciling what is conscious with what is unconscious, the light with the shadow, the acceptable with the repressed. Real power emerges from that reconciliation. It is the quiet authority that comes from no longer being divided against oneself. Think of a man who enters a room and does not need to prove anything. His words carry weight not because they are loud, but because they are undivided. He does not need to defend his ego or assert dominance. His presence itself communicates congruence. We often say that power corrupts, but Jung would argue that power does not corrupt. It reveals. It amplifies what is already inside a man. If he has not confronted his shadow, power will become the tool of that shadow. His insecurity will dress itself as arrogance. His fear will masquerade as control. But if he has integrated his shadow, if he has faced the chaos within, his power will express itself as stability and order. In that sense, power is simply the outer reflection of inner integration. 2. The hunger for power is the search for wholeness. Every destructive pursuit of power begins as an attempt to heal something that feels broken. When a man grows up powerless, ignored, mocked, overruled, his psyche makes an unconscious vow: I will never be small again. That vow becomes the engine behind his drive for achievement, status, or control. It propels him outward into the world, and often it works. He becomes competent, successful, respected. Yet beneath the success, the old wound remains unhealed. And so he keeps striving as if the next victory might finally make him whole. That is the paradox of the ambitious man. He is not driven by purpose, but by compensation. He doesn't build because he loves the work. He builds because he fears insignificance. Jung saw this dynamic clearly. The inflated ego, he said, is always shadowed by an equal inferiority complex. The man who seems most confident is often the one most terrified of falling back into the helplessness of childhood. This is the second hidden lesson. The hunger for power is not evil. It is simply misplaced longing for wholeness. Power becomes dangerous only when it replaces the inner work of integration with the outer illusion of control. A man who has not faced his wounds will use the world as his mirror, demanding validation from others for what he has not yet given himself. But a man who has faced his inner fragmentation no longer needs to prove anything. His pursuit of power transforms into a pursuit of order, contribution, and service. Real power does not fill a void, it closes a circle. 3. The boy who equated strength with losing love. Every man's relationship with power begins in the family. Our earliest experiences of authority and vulnerability shape how we later carry strength. If the father was harsh or unpredictable, the child learns that power is dangerous. If the father was absent, power becomes a fantasy, something longed for but undefined. If the mother rewarded compliance and punished defiance, the boy learns that love is conditional on submission. He grows up believing that to be strong is to be unlovable, and to be loved is to be weak. That belief splits his psyche in two. As an adult, he either suppresses his strength to preserve harmony, or he overcompensates by wielding it destructively. Jung saw this pattern again and again in men who oscillated between tyranny and passivity, between the fear of being too much and the fear of being nothing at all. But here lies the third lesson. Love and power are not opposites. They are two aspects of the same mature energy. It only feels impossible to hold both because the inner child still believes he will be punished for doing so. To heal that split, a man must remind himself, without affirmations, without theatrics, that love is not withdrawn when he stands firm, that his boundaries do not make him cruel, and that his authority can coexist with compassion. Until the inner boy trusts that, the man will continue to disguise fear as humility and control as leadership. But once he integrates the two, his power becomes trustworthy. He no longer needs to dominate or to disappear. He can stand his ground without losing warmth, and that is the rarest form of strength. 4. Power without awareness becomes possession. Jung warned that whatever we repress eventually takes on a life of its own. Power, when disowned, becomes a shadow figure that controls us from beneath consciousness. A man may appear calm, moral, and reasonable, but if he has banished his assertiveness, his aggression, or his sexual energy to the unconscious, those forces will find a way to express themselves indirectly. He will sabotage himself, lash out unexpectedly, or enact the very behaviors he condemns in others. This is why Jung described possession not as a mystical curse, but as a psychological reality. The man possessed by power is not its master, he is its servant. The more he insists on his control, the less of it he truly has. Unintegrated power leaks out through manipulation, coercion, or obsession. Awareness, therefore, is not a matter of analysis, but of relationship. To be aware of your power is to stand in honest contact with it, to say, yes, this capacity for dominance, anger, and drive exists in me, and I can bear to look at it. When you acknowledge that, you regain agency. What is seen can be guided. What remains unseen will always use you. This is why Jung said that consciousness is the key to freedom. Power that is unconscious is chaotic and compulsive. Power that is conscious is disciplined and deliberate. One rules through fear, the other governs through presence. 5. Containment, the quiet mark of maturity. Containment is one of Jung's most underestimated ideas. To contain is not to repress. It is to hold tension without collapse. A man who cannot contain his emotional energy, his anger, grief, or desire, will always generate chaos around him. He confuses expression with authenticity, release with relief, and ends up exhausting himself and everyone nearby. A mature man, by contrast, does not need to display his emotion to prove its depth. He can feel fully without spilling over. That steadiness is magnetic because it signals self-mastery. Jung understood this as the moment when a man begins to embody the archetype of the king, not a literal ruler, but the psychological center that orders the inner and outer worlds. Containment is what allows a man to hold power without being consumed by it. It is the vessel that transforms raw energy into constructive force. When a man has developed containment, people sense it. His silence does not feel passive, it feels solid. His decisions are not reactive, they are considered. That kind of composure cannot be faked, because it comes from having already confronted one's extremes and survived them. In a world addicted to expression, containment is revolutionary. It does not shout, it does not posture, and yet it commands respect. 6. The shadow side of avoiding power. Not every man abuses power. Some reject it entirely. They tell themselves they are above competition, that they prefer peace to control, that they have transcended the struggle for dominance. But often, this is not peace. It is avoidance disguised as virtue. Jung would call it the shadow of humility. When a man refuses his natural instinct for power, he does not become enlightened. He becomes invisible. His passivity breeds resentment in his relationships, stagnation in his work, and confusion in his sense of self. He wonders why he feels restless and overlooked, yet he refuses to step forward because he equates assertion with arrogance. Avoiding power does not make you harmless, it makes you ungrounded. The energy you suppress will eventually return through resentment, sarcasm, or passive aggression. The man who says, "I don't care about power," often ends up trying to control others indirectly through guilt or moral superiority. The 6th lesson is therefore simple but uncomfortable. You cannot escape power. You either integrate it consciously or it expresses itself unconsciously. Mature masculinity does not mean rejecting strength. It means owning it responsibly. Power is not about having your way. It is about carrying weight. It's the capacity to take responsibility without resentment, to act decisively without cruelty, and to remain calm under pressure. When you learn to hold that kind of power, you stop apologizing for existing. You stop diluting yourself for comfort. You stop asking for permission to lead. You simply begin to inhabit the authority that was always yours. 7. The archetype of the king, order and blessing. Jung believed that every man carries within him 4 primary archetypal energies: the warrior, the magician, the lover, and the king. Each serves a different function, but the king is the axis around which the others revolve. He represents order, stability, and generative leadership, the ability to bless rather than dominate. The immature king demands loyalty. The mature king inspires it. The immature king hoards power. The mature king channels it. The immature king seeks admiration. The mature king seeks service. To embody the king archetype is not to rule others, but to rule oneself. It is to bring order to one's own inner kingdom, to know what will be tolerated and what will not, what aligns with your values and what desecrates them. The king does not avoid conflict, he mediates it. He does not suppress emotion, he contains it. He does not perform authority, his life is the authority. When a man steps into this integrated form of power, his presence alone begins to organize the space around him. He doesn't impose order, he emanates it. Others feel steadier simply because he is steady. That is the essence of archetypal power. It radiates without aggression, influences without force. The seventh hidden lesson is that real power blesses. It gives structure to chaos without crushing it. It creates clarity without rigidity. It balances firmness with warmth. It transforms the instinct to control into the capacity to guide. That is what Jung meant when he said that individuation, the process of becoming whole, is the birth of the inner king. 8. Responsibility and witness. Eventually, every man who begins to understand power comes to the same realization. No one is coming to save him, and that is the beginning of freedom. Responsibility is not punishment, it is liberation. When you take responsibility for your emotions, your choices, and your direction, you stop being a victim of circumstance. You stop blaming the world for the limits of your own awareness. Jung emphasized the importance of solitude in a man's development. Not isolation, but reflective solitude. Power matures in quiet moments when you sit with your motives and your contradictions without immediately acting them out. But solitude is not enough. Every man also needs witness, other men who can see him clearly without judgment or competition. Brotherhood is not therapy. It is resonance. It is the experience of being seen by those who know what weight feels like. This combination, solitude and witness, is what keeps power honest. Alone, you integrate. Together, you remain accountable. And the refrain, as always, is not perfection, but reliability. To be powerful is not to be flawless. It is to be consistent, steady, and responsible. Power, Jung taught, is never something you acquire. It is something that reveals itself as you become whole. It emerges naturally the moment you stop performing strength and begin to embody it. The man who fears power will always misuse it. The man who befriends it will serve through it. Weak men seek control to escape fear. Strong men face fear until control is no longer necessary. One acts from hunger, the other from alignment. If you find yourself obsessed with power, pause and ask, which part of me feels powerless? That is where your real work begins. Once that part is seen, the compulsion to dominate dissolves, and what remains is presence, the quiet, unshakable authority of a man who knows himself. Power, at its highest form, is not the ability to bend others to your will. It is the capacity to remain inwardly unmoved while everything around you shifts. It is the calm backbone of the mature masculine soul, the ability to create order without control, to guide without coercion, to love without losing strength. So hold your power as you would hold fire, with respect, not fear. Let it illuminate your path rather than scorch the ground beneath you. You were never meant to conquer the world. You were meant to bring it into harmony through your being. Be that man, not perfectly, reliably. Begin. Sit with me for a while. You asked about pain, why it follows us so faithfully, why it seems to arrive when we least expect it, and why it refuses to leave even when we've done everything to deserve peace. It's a question that every man at some point in his life must face alone, because sooner or later the outer achievements stop distracting you, and what remains is the quiet ache that asks to be understood. Carl Jung once wrote that there is no coming to consciousness without pain. He called pain the laboratory of transformation. Not because suffering itself is noble, but because it forces us into contact with what we've been avoiding. Pain isn't here to punish you. It's here to wake you. It's not the enemy. It's the teacher. Today, I want to help you see what pain is really doing beneath the surface. We'll look at the hidden order behind suffering, the ways men avoid it, the boyhood wounds that keep it alive, and the mature stance that turns it into strength. This is not about glorifying pain or seeking it. It's about learning to listen when it speaks, because it always speaks. The question is whether you can hear it without running. 1. What pain actually is and what it isn't. Pain is not a punishment, it's feedback. It's the body's and psyche's way of signaling that something essential has been ignored. When Jung talked about neurosis or emotional suffering, he didn't mean it as a defect. He meant it as a signal of imbalance, a call to consciousness. There are two kinds of pain, clean pain and dirty pain. Clean pain is the kind that accompanies growth. It's the soreness after effort, the ache of honesty, the grief of change. Dirty pain is the kind that comes from resistance, from clinging, denial, and avoidance. One purifies, the other festers. Most men spend their lives trying to bypass both. We drown it in distraction, bury it in work, numb it with noise. But avoidance doesn't dissolve pain, it amplifies it. It becomes a hum beneath everything we do, shaping our choices, relationships, and reactions in ways we no longer notice. Pain is not the problem. The refusal to feel it is, because every feeling you suppress becomes part of your shadow, and the shadow, unintegrated, doesn't disappear. It acts out through irritability, control, or emptiness. Pain is not your enemy, it's your mirror. It shows you where your energy is blocked, where your boundaries are weak, where your values have been betrayed. Its purpose is not to break you down, but to call you back into alignment with yourself. 2. How pain appears in ordinary life. Pain doesn't always arrive as a grand tragedy. Most of the time it disguises itself as irritation, boredom, fatigue, or vague dissatisfaction. You'll feel it when you sit down at the end of the day and realize you're exhausted but not fulfilled. You'll feel it when a conversation with your partner turns defensive and the argument isn't about dishes or money, it's about not being seen. You'll feel it in the subtle moments when life seems to repeat itself, when you keep meeting the same kind of partner, facing the same type of boss, encountering the same kind of disrespect. The pattern is the pain trying to get your attention. Jung said that what you do not make conscious will return as fate. Pain is how the unconscious tries to reach you. It whispers at first, then speaks louder, and if still ignored, it eventually shouts through crisis. You might call that burnout, heartbreak, or loss, but the structure is the same. Life reorganizes itself to confront you with what you've refused to learn. The goal isn't cruelty, it's consciousness. When you feel pain, ask not, why is this happening to me, but what is this trying to reveal? Because every ache has intelligence. Every loss, every disappointment, every humiliation has within it a lesson that can't be learned through comfort. 3. The boy who learned that pain meant failure. To understand why we resist pain so much, you have to go back to childhood. Most boys are taught, directly or indirectly, that pain is a sign of weakness. Crying earns ridicule. Vulnerability earns withdrawal. Emotional pain becomes shameful, something to hide. As a result, a boy learns to equate endurance with worth. He builds armor early. He learns to push through, not to process. He becomes efficient at suppressing, but clumsy at feeling. Later, as an adult, that same man finds himself unable to name his emotions without embarrassment. He turns discomfort into anger, sadness into sarcasm, vulnerability into control. He doesn't know how to sit with pain because in his nervous system, pain still equals danger. This is why many men burn out or implode in midlife. The body can only hold unprocessed emotion for so long. What was once strength turns brittle. The man who can handle everything begins to feel nothing, and that numbness terrifies him more than pain ever did. Here lies the paradox. The pain you suppress as a boy becomes the prison you live in as a man. The only way out is through. The adult task is not to avoid suffering, but to give it meaning, to reframe it as information, not indictment. 4. Contact without collapse. Jung's approach to suffering was not stoicism, it was contact. He believed that transformation begins when we stop fleeing the thing we fear and look directly at it. Pain wants to be seen, not solved. It doesn't demand analysis. It asks for acknowledgement. To make contact with pain doesn't mean you drown in it. It means you stay present enough to witness it without identifying with it. Most men either suppress pain entirely or are consumed by it. Both are forms of avoidance. Contact means holding the tension between endurance and surrender. It's saying, this hurts, but I can remain here. I can survive the discomfort long enough to learn what it's asking of me. When a man learns to do this, his entire nervous system changes. The need to control diminishes. The fear of feeling dissolves. The old compulsions to fix, flee, or fight begin to fade. And in their place emerges something steadier, something Jung might call psyche's trust in itself. That's what it means to transform pain into wisdom. You don't transcend it, you metabolize it. 5. Containment, the discipline of suffering. Well, pain, like power, needs containment. Not suppression, not dramatization, containment. The capacity to feel deeply without being destabilized is one of the surest marks of maturity. When you can stay with your suffering long enough to understand it, you develop the quiet strength that no external success can offer. Containment is what allows pain to become knowledge instead of chaos. Jung often compared the process of individuation to the alchemical vessel, a container in which transformation happens through heat and pressure. Without the vessel, the heat destroys. Within the vessel, the same heat refines. Your awareness is that vessel. Pain provides the heat. Consciousness provides the structure. Together, they transmute suffering into understanding. That's why Jung said the task of life is not to be free from conflict, but to learn to bear it consciously. Men who lack containment either explode or implode. They turn pain into blame, or they dissolve into self-pity. The man who contains pain, however, becomes tempered. He stops fearing life's fluctuations. He learns that endurance without meaning is brutality, but endurance with awareness is transformation. 6. Avoidance and its consequences. There's a common fantasy that if we can just achieve enough, plan enough, or control enough, we can outrun pain. But no man has ever escaped it. Pain is the great equalizer. It visits kings and laborers alike. Avoidance is the most expensive addiction on earth. Every time you numb out, distract, or rationalize your way out of discomfort, you trade long-term growth for temporary relief. You become addicted to relief, not to life. When pain is avoided, it doesn't vanish, it migrates. It becomes tension in your jaw, bitterness in your tone, cynicism in your thinking. It corrodes from within, whispering that you're safe when you're actually stuck. And the tragedy is that the life you're trying to protect from pain is the very life pain is trying to give you. Because the parts of you that ache are the parts that still care, still reach, still hope. When you numb the pain, you numb the possibility too. Jung said that the thing we most need to find is always where we least want to look. Pain is that doorway. It's the threshold between the life you're living and the one you were meant to live consciously. Avoid it, and you stay on repeat. Face it, and you evolve. 7. The hidden intelligence of pain. Pain is not random. It's structured, almost intelligent in how it points to imbalance. It teaches boundaries when you've overgiven, humility when you've overreached, patience when you've forced outcomes, and compassion when you've judged too quickly. Every psychological pain has its own message. Grief teaches love. Shame teaches integrity. Fear teaches presence. Anger teaches boundaries. Loneliness teaches connection. When you stop labeling these as negative, you start learning from them. Jung viewed pain as psyche's way of speaking in symbols. The dream that unsettles you, the relationship that keeps breaking, the work that drains you, all of it carries information. Pain is the psyche's syntax. The goal isn't to escape it, but to translate it. And when you begin to listen, something miraculous happens. The same experiences that once felt like curses begin to reveal coherence. You start seeing the pattern behind your suffering. You realize that every heartbreak was shaping your capacity to love honestly. Every failure was refining your sense of direction. Every betrayal was teaching discernment. Pain is not chaos, it's curriculum. 8. The archetype of the wounded healer. Jung spoke often about the wounded healer, the figure who heals others not by perfection, but by having made peace with his own wounds. The wound itself becomes the channel through which empathy and wisdom flow. This is not romantic suffering. It's mature acceptance that life cannot be lived without injury, and that injury need not define you. It can deepen you. The man who has suffered consciously becomes a stabilizing presence. He doesn't overreact to others' pain because he recognizes its language. He doesn't try to fix everything, he accompanies. In this way, pain becomes sacred, not because it feels good, but because it connects you to the universal human condition. It humbles the ego and opens the heart. It teaches that strength is not the absence of vulnerability, but the courage to remain open in the presence of it. The wounded healer is not sentimental. He knows that compassion without boundaries becomes enabling, and discipline without compassion becomes cruelty. Pain teaches that balance. It gives birth to the kind of masculine maturity the world rarely models. Strong enough to feel, wise enough to stay centered, humble enough to keep learning. 9. Responsibility and the gift of witness. There's a difference between feeling pain and identifying with it. Responsibility begins when you can say, "This pain is mine, but it is not who I am." Ownership transforms suffering into strength. Victimhood amplifies it. The mature man does not use pain as an identity, he uses it as instruction. He doesn't broadcast it to be admired, he integrates it quietly. He allows it to inform his choices, his compassion, and his clarity. And yet, even though pain must be faced alone, it should not be lived alone. Healing accelerates in witness. When another man sees your suffering without flinching or fixing, something fundamental in you reorganizes. You realize you are not defective, you are simply human. This is why Jung placed such emphasis on dialogue between analyst and patient, between consciousness and the unconscious, between one man and another. Dialogue makes pain articulate, and articulation transforms isolation into understanding. The work, as always, is not perfection but reliability. Not escaping pain, but learning to carry it consciously so it no longer carries you. Pain will visit you again. It will not ask permission, and it will not arrive on schedule. It will come when something essential in you is ready to grow. When it does, remember this: pain is not the enemy. It's the teacher you keep trying to fire. It will strip away what's false, reveal what's unhealed, and demand that you stop pretending. It will dismantle your illusions of control and remind you that life cannot be managed, only participated in. When pain knocks, don't bargain, don't numb, don't dramatize. Sit down with it like an old mentor. Ask, what do you need me to see? It will always answer, but not in words. It speaks through release, through insight, through a deep quiet that follows understanding. Pain is not the proof of failure. It's the signal of transformation. The world teaches you to avoid it, to outwork it, to medicate it. Jung taught the opposite, to turn toward it, because only what is faced can be integrated, and only what is integrated can be healed. So when it comes, breathe, feel, listen. Don't rush to move past it. Move through it, because on the other side of every conscious encounter with pain is freedom, the kind that cannot be taken because it has been earned. Remember, the goal is not to be untouchable, but to be unshakable. Pain is the crucible that forges that kind of man. Be that man, not perfectly, reliably. Begin. Sit with me for a while. You asked how to turn weakness into power. It's an honest question, one that few men dare to ask without shame. Most would rather hide their weakness behind performance than face it directly. But that avoidance comes at a cost, because the thing we hide the most is often the very thing that contains the key to our strength. Carl Jung spent his life studying the paradoxes of the psyche, the opposites that shape us, the tension between who we are and who we pretend to be. He discovered that what we call weakness is not a flaw in character, but an unlived aspect of the self, exiled to the unconscious through fear or shame. Every time we suppress an impulse, emotion, or need that once felt unsafe to express, we send it into shadow. The shadow does not disappear, it waits. And when we finally turn toward it, we discover that weakness is simply strength waiting to be integrated. So let's explore this truth through 5 transformations, 5 ways in which the energy of weakness, when understood and contained, becomes power. I'm not speaking of motivation or quick fixes, but of something deeper, the alchemy of turning the rejected into the essential, the broken into the whole. 1. From shame to ownership. The first transformation begins where most men get stuck, with shame. Weakness and shame are twin siblings. One cannot exist without the other. When a boy is told that certain parts of himself are unacceptable, his fear, his tears, his tenderness, his confusion, he doesn't stop feeling those things. He simply learns to hide them. Over time, the act of hiding becomes his personality. He builds a mask, what Jung called the persona, to gain approval and safety. But the price of that safety is disconnection from authenticity. The persona wins applause, but the man underneath feels hollow because he knows that the world is responding to the mask, not to him. The longer this goes on, the deeper the shame becomes, and the more he resists his own vulnerability. Shame says, if they see this part of me, they will leave. But ownership says, if I see this part of me, I no longer need them to approve. That is the first act of power, to own what has been hidden. Ownership does not mean glorifying your flaws or indulging in self-pity. It means reclaiming authorship of your story. It means saying, yes, this weakness exists, and I am willing to learn from it rather than be ruled by it. The moment you name your weakness without collapsing into shame, it loses its poison. What once felt like proof of inadequacy becomes a source of self-respect because it takes immense courage to see yourself without defense. Jung said that the act of becoming conscious is always painful because it requires us to bear what we used to disown. But only through that bearing does the gold appear. Ownership is the first form of power. 2. From helplessness to awareness. The second transformation occurs when we begin to see weakness not as failure but as feedback. Most forms of helplessness are not a lack of power, they're a lack of awareness. You can't change what you don't understand. And most men misunderstand the origins of their weakness entirely. They think they are lazy, undisciplined, or flawed, when in reality they are simply unaware of the unconscious forces steering them. Jung once said that until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. That statement applies directly to weakness. What we call bad habits, emotional outbursts, or fear of success are not character defects. They are unconscious strategies developed to protect us when we were too young to know better. The man who procrastinates may have learned that initiative once led to punishment. The man who withdraws in conflict may have grown up in a household where anger was dangerous. The man who avoids intimacy may have experienced closeness as a loss of control. These are not flaws, they are adaptations. And every adaptation contains wisdom about what you once needed to survive. When you begin to view weakness through this lens, compassion replaces contempt. You realize that what you thought was broken in you was, in fact, brilliant for its time. It kept you safe. Small perhaps, but safe. The problem is that those same strategies now limit you as an adult. Awareness transforms helplessness into choice. Once you see the pattern clearly, you are no longer its hostage. You can still feel fear, fatigue, confusion, but now you understand where they come from. And understanding changes everything, because awareness introduces distance between impulse and action. The moment you can observe your weakness rather than become it, you begin to rule it rather than be ruled by it. Awareness is the second form of power. 3. From dependence to integrity. The third transformation is perhaps the hardest, because it involves standing on your own feet. Weakness often hides beneath dependency, the subtle belief that someone else's approval, love, or structure will complete you. Dependency is seductive because it feels safe. It promises relief from the burden of self-responsibility. But the man who remains dependent on relationships, on validation, on external structure, cannot mature into his own authority. Jung warned that when a man gives away his power to external figures, be it a partner, a mentor, or an ideology, he becomes what he called possessed by the collective. He lives according to borrowed values. His life may look functional, but it lacks vitality because it's not self-directed. Dependency is not always obvious. Sometimes it hides behind control. A man who needs to dominate others is often just as dependent on their reactions as the man who pleads for approval. Both are trapped in the same loop, defining self-worth through others. Integrity is the turning point. It means wholeness, the alignment of thought, feeling, and action according to inner truth rather than external reward. To move from dependency to integrity, a man must begin to listen for his own voice beneath the noise of obligation. He must ask, what do I truly believe in? What do I stand for when no one is watching? Integrity is not perfection. It's the slow alignment of the inner compass. Each time you choose truth over comfort, your integrity grows stronger. Each time you take responsibility rather than blame circumstances, your authority expands. And this is the paradox. The more you rely on your own inner structure, the more capable you become of genuine connection, because your relationships are no longer transactions of need. They are meetings of equals. Integrity is the third form of power. 4. From fear to presence. Fear is perhaps the most misinterpreted form of weakness. Men often equate fear with failure. But fear is not proof that you are fragile. It is proof that you are alive and that something valuable is at stake. The problem arises when fear is left unanalyzed, when it operates in the dark. Jung saw fear as the guardian of thresholds. Every time we approach a new stage of growth, the psyche resists, not because it hates change, but because it loves safety. Fear is the body's way of asking, are you ready to bear more responsibility, more freedom, more consciousness? When you interpret fear as danger rather than invitation, you stay small. Turning fear into power begins with presence. Presence is the ability to remain aware in the midst of discomfort. It is the refusal to flee the inner battlefield. The man who can feel fear fully without retreating gains something extraordinary. He learns that he is larger than his sensations. In ordinary life, fear appears in subtle disguises. It looks like perfectionism, procrastination, cynicism, or endless busyness. These are all strategies to avoid contact with vulnerability. But once you stop negotiating with fear and simply stand in its presence, it begins to transform. What once paralyzed you starts to sharpen you. Fear loses its chaos and becomes clarity. It begins to point toward the exact areas where strength must grow. Presence is not passivity. It's command without control. It's the ability to breathe, to stay awake, to endure the intensity of transformation. The man who develops presence becomes unshakable, not because life gets easier, but because he stops abandoning himself when it gets hard. Presence is the fourth form of power. 5. From wound to wisdom. The final transformation is the one that completes all the others. Every weakness ultimately leads back to a wound. Beneath shame, fear, dependency, and helplessness lies something older, a moment when life demanded more than you could give, and you interpreted that as a flaw. Jung called this the wounded archetype. And he believed that our wounds, when made conscious, become the very source of our gift. The man who has suffered deeply, if he remains open, develops a kind of compassion and clarity that cannot be taught. His pain refines him. Turning wounds into wisdom requires humility. The humility to stop asking, why me, and start asking, what now? When you stop treating your pain as an injustice and start regarding it as initiation, everything changes. The wound no longer defines you, it instructs you. Every man who becomes wise carries a scar. The scar is not shameful, it's sacred. It is evidence that you've walked through chaos and returned with insight. It is proof that vulnerability did not destroy you, it deepened you. This is what Jung meant when he described the archetype of the wounded healer, the one who can help others because he has learned to help himself. Wisdom is not knowledge, it's metabolized experience. It's knowing in your bones that what hurts can also heal, that what breaks can also build, that what weakens can also awaken. Wisdom is the fifth form of power. 6. The cost of avoidance, the gift of integration. Every man eventually faces a choice: deny his weaknesses and repeat their consequences, or face them and integrate their lessons. Avoidance feels safe, but it breeds stagnation. Integration feels dangerous, but it breeds freedom. When you avoid your weakness, you live reactively. You overcompensate in some areas, underfunction in others, and never feel quite whole. Your relationships strain under the weight of your defenses. Your work loses meaning because it's built on performance, not purpose. You become efficient but empty, successful but restless. Integration, on the other hand, brings coherence. It's not glamorous, it's steady. It's the slow merging of opposites until strength and softness coexist, until ambition and rest stop fighting, until authority and humility can share the same space. Integration does not remove pain, it removes confusion. You stop wasting energy on pretending and start using it for creating. The man who integrates his weakness no longer fears being seen because he is no longer hiding. His presence calms others because it carries authenticity. He doesn't project perfection, he radiates humanity. And that, paradoxically, is the kind of strength the world trusts most. 7. Archetypal framing, the king and his shadow. Within the Jungian structure of masculine psychology, every archetype has a shadow. The king's shadow is the tyrant on one side and the weakling on the other. Both arise when power and vulnerability are split apart. The tyrant fears weakness so much that he destroys anything that reminds him of it. The weakling fears power so much that he abdicates responsibility entirely. Both are forms of imbalance, and both are healed only through integration. When a man learns to turn weakness into power, he begins to embody the mature king. The king doesn't eliminate his vulnerability, he governs it. He doesn't suppress emotion, he organizes it. He doesn't need constant validation because his authority comes from within. The king's power is quiet, measured, and generative. He blesses rather than controls, and his presence brings order wherever he stands. In the inner landscape, this means that the parts of you that once competed for dominance, the boy who feared, the man who performed, the critic who scorned, begin to align under one conscious will. That alignment is sovereignty. It's the realization that power and weakness are not opposites, but phases of the same current. The king archetype teaches that power without tenderness becomes tyranny, but tenderness without power becomes fragility. Integration unites them into mature presence, firm, kind, clear, and reliable. 8. Responsibility and witness. Once you begin this transformation, solitude becomes your ally. Real change rarely happens in the noise of constant distraction. It happens in the quiet, when you sit still long enough to hear your own contradictions. Solitude is not loneliness, it's the forge of clarity. But no man can sustain this work alone forever. You need witnesses, brothers, mentors, friends, men who have walked through their own fires and no longer flinch at yours. Witness prevents inflation. It keeps humility alive. Power without witness risks corruption. Weakness without witness risks despair. Together, they form the container for growth. Responsibility, then, is not a burden, but a privilege. It means you accept the stewardship of your life, no longer outsourcing it to fate, family, or circumstance. You stop waiting for rescue and begin to act as the adult your younger self always needed. You become the father to your own potential, and as you do, others feel it, not because you preach it, but because you embody it. Weakness is not the opposite of power, it is the beginning of it. The places where you feel most exposed, most uncertain, most inadequate, those are the entry points to the deeper work. If you can face them without defense, you will find that what looked like frailty was simply strength disguised as sensitivity, waiting to be trained. Do not despise your weakness. Study it. Let it teach you patience, humility, empathy, and resilience. The man who hides his weakness remains fragmented. The man who integrates it becomes whole. This is what Jung meant by individuation. The lifelong task of becoming a single, unified being. Not perfect, not invulnerable, but real, anchored, aware, and alive. You asked how to turn weakness into power. The answer is simple but never easy. You turn it by facing it. You turn it by understanding it. You turn it by refusing to run from what hurts until what once felt unbearable becomes the very source of your authority. Power that has never been tempered by weakness is fragile. Power that has been earned through the integration of weakness is unbreakable. Be that man, not perfectly, reliably. Begin. Sit with me for a while. You've been running from something, haven't you? Maybe you don't call it fear. You might name it stress, pressure, uncertainty, exhaustion. Anything that sounds more acceptable, more masculine, less vulnerable. But underneath all the words, the pulse is the same: fear. Every man feels it, though few will admit it out loud. We think fear is proof that we're failing, that if we were stronger, wiser, more disciplined, we wouldn't feel it. But that's not true. Fear doesn't mean you're weak. It means you're human, alive, and standing at the edge of something that matters. Carl Jung understood this. He saw fear not as a flaw to eliminate, but as a messenger, the psyche's way of signaling that you are approaching the unknown. The unconscious doesn't speak English or logic. It speaks in emotion, in tension, in dreams, in fear. And when fear rises, it's not trying to destroy you. It's trying to get your attention. It's trying to teach you something your intellect has been too proud or too busy to notice. Today, I want to help you see fear clearly, what it really is, how it hides, and what happens when you stop running from it. We'll explore the childhood origins of fear, the adult disguises it wears, and the archetypal wisdom Jung left us for transforming it into awareness and strength. This isn't a lecture about courage or positive thinking. It's about contact, meeting fear directly enough to extract its instruction without collapsing under its weight. 1. What fear actually is and what it isn't. Fear is not your enemy, it's information. It's the nervous system's way of saying, something precious could be lost here. That's not an error, that's intelligence. Without fear, you wouldn't have boundaries, instincts, or caution. You'd walk into traffic, ignore betrayal, and mistake recklessness for bravery. Fear is the body's built-in guardian of life, but somewhere along the line, men were taught to equate fear with failure. Real men aren't afraid. Push through it. Don't be soft. So instead of listening to fear, we either repress it or overcompensate for it. Repression turns fear into anxiety, a vague, chronic hum that never turns off. Overcompensation turns it into arrogance, a false dominance meant to prove invulnerability. Both approaches miss the point. Fear's purpose is not to paralyze you or to inflate you. It's to orient you. It's there to focus your attention on what's real and what's at stake. What we call courage isn't the absence of fear. It's intimacy with it. It's knowing what fear is saying and responding consciously instead of reacting blindly. The paradox is that the man who denies fear becomes ruled by it. The man who admits fear gains choice. Jung said that we don't become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. Fear is one of those dark figures. When you bring it into awareness, it stops whispering sabotage and starts speaking truth. Fear is the psyche's signal that growth is near. 2. How fear appears in ordinary life. Fear rarely arrives announcing itself. It wears costumes. In daily life, it hides inside irritation, perfectionism, cynicism, or control. A man might think he's angry at his partner for questioning him, but what he's really feeling is fear. Fear of inadequacy, fear of rejection, fear of not being the man he promised himself he'd become. Another man might seem chronically detached or cold, but beneath that armor lies fear of being consumed by emotion. Fear shows up in the morning when you check your phone before you even breathe, as if missing a message will end your belonging. It appears in meetings where you silence your truth because you fear being wrong. It appears when you criticize others more easily than you risk trying something new yourself. Fear isn't just in crisis moments. It's in the micro hesitations that keep you from full participation in life. There are 3 clear signs you're in fear's territory. First, disproportionate reactions, when your response is much bigger than the situation. Second, projection, when you accuse others of traits you secretly fear in yourself. And third, repetition, when the same painful scenario keeps returning, no matter the context. Fear doesn't vanish when ignored. It repeats until recognized. Fear has a strange loyalty to your evolution. It will keep knocking until you answer. 3. Origins and the boy who stayed. Every man's relationship to fear begins in childhood. The first lessons about fear rarely come through language. They come through the body, through the nervous system's early imprints of safety or danger. If you grew up in a household where vulnerability was punished, fear became shameful. If you grew up in chaos, fear became normal, a constant hum that taught you to scan every room before entering it. Many boys make unconscious contracts with themselves. If I act brave, they'll love me. If I never need help, I'll be safe. If I make them proud, I'll never be abandoned. These agreements shape adult behavior long after childhood ends. The man who prides himself on being fearless is often still that boy, terrified of showing need. The man who never slows down is often still that boy who learned that stillness equals danger. Inside most men is a frightened child who believes that fear must be hidden to earn love. That boy's strategies become the adult's armor. Workaholism, emotional detachment, overachievement. These are not moral failures. They are survival codes that worked once and now exhaust you. To grow, you must update the code. To meet fear as an adult, you must separate from the boy who felt unsafe and stand beside him instead of inside him. You don't banish him, you lead him. You say, I know you're scared, but I'm here now. We can handle this. That's what Jung called integration, not erasing the child, but including him in a larger, wiser self. Fear matures when the man who once ran from it learns to stand still with it. 4. Contact without collapse. Most men oscillate between 2 extremes, running from fear or drowning in it. Both are forms of avoidance. The first numbs, the second overwhelms. The middle path is contact, staying present enough to feel the fear without becoming it. Contact begins with recognition. You notice the tightening chest before you call it anxiety. You observe the hesitation before you label it weakness. You understand that the feeling belongs to you, but it's not the whole of you. Jung often described this as holding the tension of the opposites. In other words, you remain aware of both the fear and the observer of fear. This is difficult because it demands stillness, and stillness terrifies the ego. The ego survives by controlling outcomes, and fear threatens that control. But when you stop running, something unexpected happens. The fear begins to speak in full sentences. It tells you what it's protecting. It tells you what it needs. Sometimes it reveals that what you fear isn't danger, but expansion, the unfamiliar magnitude of your own potential. Contact doesn't require courage in the Hollywood sense. It requires honesty. The man who can admit to himself, "I am afraid right now," without judgment, is already ahead of most of the world, because fear named is fear contained. Fear denied is fear multiplied. When you can sit with fear long enough to hear its message, you realize it's not a storm trying to drown you. It's a tide trying to carry you somewhere new. 5. Containment before expression. Containment is what allows fear to transform instead of erupt. To contain fear doesn't mean to suppress it. It means to hold it responsibly until it reveals its purpose. Most men were never taught containment. We were taught either to discharge emotion through aggression or to suffocate it through silence. Neither path builds strength. Containment feels like a vessel, strong, grounded, open. When you can feel fear in your body without trying to escape it, you become trustworthy to yourself. You prove that you can hold intensity without fragmenting. Jung compared this to the alchemical process of transformation: heat without explosion, pressure without shattering. Fear teaches containment by testing it. Every confrontation, every heartbreak, every unknown situation asks, can you stay conscious while feeling this? That's the real measure of maturity, not whether fear disappears, but whether presence survives it. Clean expression of fear looks like calm awareness, clear boundaries, and thoughtful action. Dirty expression looks like panic, manipulation, or avoidance disguised as control. The difference lies not in what you feel, but in how conscious you remain while feeling it. Containment turns fear from chaos into fuel. It becomes the quiet fire that keeps you alert, but not frantic, humble, but not small. 6. Consequences of avoidance versus integration. Avoidance is seductive because it works temporarily. It promises comfort, predictability, and the illusion of control. But what it actually creates is paralysis. The man who avoids fear becomes smaller every year, not because life shrinks, but because his tolerance for uncertainty does. He builds a narrow world around what he can manage and calls it safety. Avoidance costs relationships because people can sense when your presence disappears. It costs creativity because new ideas demand risk. It costs leadership because authority requires authenticity, and authenticity requires vulnerability. When you run from fear, you run from growth itself. Integration, on the other hand, enlarges you. When you include fear in your awareness, it stops being an adversary and becomes an advisor. It sharpens your attention. It humbles your ego. It teaches patience and prudence, the mature forms of caution. Every great decision in life involves some fear. The goal isn't to erase it, but to calibrate it. Too little fear and you become reckless. Too much fear and you become frozen. Integrated fear is balanced fear, the kind that informs but doesn't dominate. The man who integrates fear gains what Jung called a calm backbone. He doesn't pretend to be fearless. He becomes unshakably honest about what scares him, and that honesty itself becomes his strength. 7. Archetypal framing, the warrior and the king. In the language of archetypes, fear is the training ground of the warrior. The immature warrior seeks constant battle to prove his courage. The mature warrior recognizes that the greatest battle is inward, between impulse and awareness, between reaction and restraint. Fear tempers the warrior's edge. Without fear, aggression becomes mindless. With fear consciously integrated, it becomes precision. The mature warrior knows that courage isn't charging into chaos. It's entering it consciously, ready to learn. But there's another archetype shaped by fear, the king. The king archetype represents order, authority, and blessing. His shadow forms, the tyrant and the weakling, both misuse fear. The tyrant fears vulnerability and tries to dominate it in others. The weakling fears responsibility and avoids it altogether. Only the integrated king can hold fear without projecting it. He doesn't punish fear, he listens to it. He lets it inform his judgment without infecting his peace. When you can hold fear and still act with integrity, you embody both the warrior's courage and the king's composure. Together, they form a masculinity that neither postures nor retreats, a masculinity that is both firm and kind, awake and at ease. Fear becomes sacred when it serves wisdom instead of ego. 8. Responsibility and witness. Facing fear is a solitary act, but living with it wisely requires witness. You need others who have stood in their own terror and refused to look away. Witness turns isolation into belonging. When you speak your fear to someone who doesn't flinch, the shame around it begins to dissolve. That's why Jung valued dialogue, because words give form to what otherwise devours from within. Responsibility means you stop outsourcing your fear. You stop blaming society, parents, or fate for its existence. You accept it as part of your inheritance as a human being. Every man is afraid of something: loss, insignificance, intimacy, failure, death. The difference between the immature and the mature is not the presence of fear, but the relationship to it. The immature man denies fear and becomes possessed by it. The mature man acknowledges fear and becomes guided by it. Responsibility also means patience. Fear will not disappear overnight. It must be lived with, understood, integrated. Some days you'll manage it gracefully. Other days you'll stumble back into avoidance. That's fine. The work is not perfection. The work is reliability. Each time you face fear with awareness, you expand your capacity for life. Fear will visit again. It always does. It is the most faithful teacher you will ever have. When it knocks, it will not ask for permission. It will simply appear, in the tension before a choice, in the silence before you speak the truth, in the moment before you take a leap that might change everything. When that happens, remember, fear isn't here to stop you. It's here to shape you. It's showing you where your growth lives. It's revealing the edge between what's familiar and what's next. Stop running, turn around, face it, listen carefully. It's not shouting threats, it's whispering instructions. If you keep fleeing, you'll never hear them. Fear is not your punishment, it's your compass. It points toward the territory of transformation. The task is simple. When fear comes, don't ask to be saved from it. Ask what it wants you to learn, because once you learn it, you'll realize that the monster in the dark was never there to eat you. It was there to escort you into a fuller version of yourself. Be that man, not perfectly, reliably. Begin. Sit with me for a while. I want to speak to you about something that almost every man experiences, though few ever name it. You've probably felt it, that strange sense that you're moving through life, doing the things expected of you, yet somewhere inside, something hasn't moved in years. It's like an inner freeze. You work, you achieve, you manage, but part of you feels cut off from warmth, from depth, from feeling alive. That's what I mean when I say emotionally stuck. You're not broken. You're simply trapped inside strategies that once kept you safe. What protected the boy has imprisoned the man. And to free yourself, you have to understand how those strategies formed, what they cost, and how to integrate what they've been guarding. Jung wrote that nothing so promotes growth as the integration of what was once avoided. Today we'll talk about 3 of the most common emotional traps men fall into. How they disguise themselves as strength, how they drain vitality, and how to begin turning them into presence. 1. The trap of control. The first trap is control. Control feels powerful. It looks disciplined, competent, decisive, but underneath it's often fear wearing armor. When a man can't tolerate uncertainty, he builds a fortress of control to keep chaos away, planning every move, managing every variable, tightening his grip on outcomes and people. The problem is that control doesn't protect life. It squeezes the life out of it. You see it in small ways. Impatience when plans change, irritation when someone else takes the lead, and almost physical discomfort when emotion enters the room. These aren't personality quirks. They're survival responses. Somewhere early on you learned that the world became unpredictable when adults lost control. Maybe a parent's anger turned rooms cold. Maybe love was given one day and withheld the next. So you made a vow, I will never let things get out of hand again. That vow gave you order. It helped you succeed. It may have built your career, but it also cost you intimacy and spontaneity, because control is a wall that blocks not only danger, but connection. You can't selectively numb chaos. When you shut out uncertainty, you also shut out wonder. Jung would say control is the ego's attempt to rule what belongs to the self, the larger intelligence of psyche and life. The more the ego tightens its grip, the more exhausted it becomes. The mature man learns containment instead of control. Containment says, I can hold uncertainty without being consumed by it. That's real strength. A steady hand, not a clenched fist. When you catch yourself over-controlling, pause and ask, what am I afraid would happen if I didn't? You'll usually find a much younger fear beneath the surface, the boy who equated looseness with danger. The work isn't to shame him, it's to reassure him that the adult can now do what the child couldn't, stay present inside uncertainty. Control is the first trap. It promises safety. It delivers isolation. 2. The trap of numbness. The second trap is numbness, the silent killer of aliveness in men. Most men don't choose numbness consciously. It happens slowly. A disappointment here, a heartbreak there, a humiliation that wasn't allowed to be felt. Each one adds a layer of armor. Eventually you start mistaking the armor for skin. You tell yourself you're fine, you function, you even smile. But underneath, your emotional life is on mute. Jung called this psychic anesthesia the loss of feeling function. When emotion becomes too painful or too inconvenient, the psyche shuts the door on it to preserve order. The problem is that the door doesn't open selectively. When you close off grief, you also close off joy. When you suppress fear, you also dull curiosity. When you mute sadness, you mute love. You'll recognize numbness not by how calm you feel, but by how little truly moves you. You laugh, but it doesn't linger. You achieve, but it doesn't satisfy. You love, but you can't quite surrender. You feel about feelings, but rarely through them. Many men learned numbness as a virtue. They were told to be logical, strong, in control, but logic without feeling becomes sterility, and strength without tenderness becomes brutality. Jung observed that emotion is not weakness, it's energy. It's the psyche's way of communicating meaning. When you cut it off, you disconnect from purpose. Where does numbness begin? Often in a home where emotions were dangerous, where crying earned ridicule, or vulnerability earned distance. The boy learned that to feel is to risk pain, so he built an inner freezer. It worked, but that same freezer left unchecked now turns life gray. The antidote is not to force feeling, but to allow presence, to stay with experiences long enough for emotion to thaw naturally. If you can bear even a small amount of real sadness or joy or longing, you are already healing, because feeling, once allowed, begins to move on its own. Numbness promises peace. What it delivers is exile, exile from your own depth. 3. The trap of performance. The third trap is performance. If control is about mastering the outer world and numbness about surviving the inner one, performance is about earning worth. It's the belief that identity must be proven again and again through achievement, image, or approval. Performance is seductive because it feels productive. It keeps you moving, but what drives it isn't ambition, it's fear. The fear that who you are, as you are, isn't enough. The man trapped in performance lives by invisible metrics. The next project, the next compliment, the next conquest. He's not chasing success, he's chasing relief from shame. Jung saw this pattern everywhere in modern men, the inflation of the persona. The persona is the social mask we build to function in the world. It's necessary. But when the mask becomes the master, the man disappears. Everything becomes a show. The good son, the competent professional, the charismatic leader, the endlessly self-improving male. Beneath all that polish often lives a tired, unseen human being who doesn't know how to rest without guilt. In ordinary life, performance shows up when you can't stop working even after the goal is met, when silence feels unbearable, when the thought of being average terrifies you. It's the constant inner whisper, do more or you'll be forgotten. Performance isn't evil, it's adaptive. As a boy, you probably earned love through achievement. The praise felt good, the approval felt safe. Over time, that became your identity. But adult life asks for a different currency. It asks for authenticity, for contribution that comes from truth, not insecurity. When you finally slow down and let the applause fade, you meet a strange silence. It can feel like death. But in that silence is the birth of selfhood. That's the moment the real man begins to form, the one who acts from purpose, not pressure. Performance promises validation. It delivers exhaustion. How these traps work together. Control, numbness, and performance feed each other. Control prevents vulnerability. Numbness hides the pain of control. Performance masks the emptiness left by both. Together they form a closed circuit that keeps a man busy, efficient, admired, and profoundly disconnected. This is why success alone doesn't heal men, because the traps operate beneath achievement. You can have the perfect career, the family, the home, and still feel that quiet ache. Why do I feel nothing? The answer isn't that something is wrong with you. It's that something in you stopped moving long ago, waiting for permission to feel again. Jung believed that emotional stagnation is the psyche's cry for integration. The energy locked in these traps doesn't vanish. It waits to be reclaimed. When you begin to turn toward them, not to fix, but to understand, they start transforming on their own. Control becomes steadiness. Numbness becomes sensitivity. Performance becomes service. Origins and the boy who stayed. Every trap traces back to a boy who adapted brilliantly to his environment. If his parents were unpredictable, he learned control. If they were volatile, he learned numbness. If their love was conditional, he learned performance. These were not failures. They were acts of genius for survival. But adaptation has an expiration date. The strategy that saved the child constrains the man. At some point, life demands an upgrade from survival to presence. And this is where most men get lost. They keep applying the child's strategy to the adult's world. Jung wrote that individuation, becoming whole, requires separating from the parental psyche. That doesn't mean rebellion, it means differentiation. You begin to see that your reactions today are not solely responses to the present, but echoes of yesterday. When your partner criticizes you and you feel 10 years old again, that's the boy surfacing. The work is not to exile him further, but to acknowledge his fear and remind him, you're safe now, I've got this. Reparenting isn't a technique, it's a posture of inner leadership. The adult self becomes the father that the child needed, consistent, calm, and kind. And that inner father begins to free you from the 3 traps, one by one. Contact without collapse. To face these traps, you need contact, the willingness to see them without collapsing into shame. When you catch yourself micromanaging, numbing out, or performing for approval, resist the urge to judge. Instead, observe. Say to yourself, this reaction is older than this moment. That sentence alone introduces awareness, and awareness begins the thaw. Men often fear that if they stop performing, they'll lose their edge, that if they let emotion surface, it will drown them. But contact doesn't erase strength. It refines it. It replaces the frantic energy of defense with the quiet power of authenticity. Contact feels uncomfortable because it strips away distraction. It reveals boredom, grief, loneliness, all the emotions that have been waiting for acknowledgement. Stay long enough and they begin to tell their story. Beneath every trapped emotion lies intelligence. Beneath every defense lies a truth about what you valued and what you lost. To contact emotion without collapse is to hold it the way a good parent holds a frightened child, firmly enough to protect, gently enough to let it breathe. Containment before expression. Containment is what turns contact into growth. It means holding emotion consciously until it reveals its shape. Men who skip containment either explode or shut down. One loses control, the other loses connection. Containment is the middle path. A man with containment can feel anger without aggression, sorrow without self-pity, fear without paralysis. He doesn't discharge emotion, he digests it. That digestion becomes wisdom. Jung compared this to alchemy, transforming base matter into gold through heat and patience. Containment makes you trustworthy, to others and to yourself. When you can feel fully without acting impulsively, you become a safe presence in any room. That's what real maturity feels like, not coldness, but composure. Consequences of avoidance versus integration. Avoidance offers short-term comfort but long-term decay. You can ignore emotion for years, but the bill always comes due in burnout, resentment, or emptiness. Relationships suffer first because intimacy demands emotional availability. Work follows because creativity depends on inner movement. Eventually the body joins in. Tension, fatigue, illness, all ways the psyche says, wake up. Integration, though painful, restores vitality. When you allow emotion to move, you regain access to the full range of human energy. Grief that deepens empathy, fear that sharpens awareness, anger that clarifies boundaries, joy that renews meaning. The goal isn't to feel good, it's to feel real. A man integrated with his emotions doesn't become sentimental. He becomes stable. He knows the terrain of his own heart. He can lead others through storms because he's faced his own. Archetypal framing, the magician and the king. In Jung's map, the work of emotional integration belongs to the magician and the king. The magician represents insight, self-observation, and transformation. He's the inner alchemist who turns raw emotion into understanding. When you cultivate reflection, when you can step back and say, this is my control pattern again, or this numbness is trying to protect me, you are activating the magician. Awareness itself is magic. But awareness without structure becomes chaos. That's where the king enters. The king brings order and blessing. He governs the inner kingdom so that emotions have a place but not a throne. He sets boundaries. Anger, you may speak, but you will not rule. Fear, you may warn, but you will not command. When the magician and the king work together, emotion becomes servant rather than master. The man who embodies them no longer fears feeling. He uses it as information, as art, as empathy. His authority becomes both strong and warm, a rare combination that people instinctively trust. Responsibility and witness. Emotional maturity isn't a solo conquest. You need witness, people who can hold your truth without flinching. Men who have faced their own shadows can meet yours with respect instead of judgment. In their presence, the masks fall away, and what's left is brotherhood. Not performance, not competition, but recognition. Responsibility means you stop waiting for life to make you feel. You start showing up to feel life yourself. It means admitting when you're in a trap and choosing honesty over habit. Some days you'll regress. That's fine. The point isn't perfection. It's reliability. Showing up again, aware, grounded, willing to learn. Every time you meet emotion consciously, you reclaim energy from the unconscious. That energy becomes clarity, depth, and quiet power, the hallmarks of a man who is no longer stuck. The three traps, control, numbness, performance, are not enemies. They're teachers that arrive too early. They were born in fear and loyalty. When you stop hating them, they start revealing their wisdom. Control taught you discipline. Numbness taught you endurance. Performance taught you excellence. Now, as an adult, you get to keep their gifts and release their chains. You don't need to become a new man. You need to become a whole one. A man who feels without drowning, leads without dominating, and loves without losing himself. So when you feel that familiar tightness, that urge to clamp down or tune out, remember, that's the old code trying to protect you. Thank it. Then choose presence instead. Because the world doesn't need more men who hide behind competence. It needs men who are emotionally alive, men who can meet life with both spine and heart. Be that man. Not perfectly, reliably, begin. Sit with me for a while. Let's talk about something that most men misunderstand. Anger. Not the kind that shouts or breaks things, but the deeper current that lives beneath your chest, waiting to be seen. You've probably felt it for years. That sudden tightening in your body, the pressure behind your jaw, the sharpness that rises when someone crosses a line. It's there when life feels unjust, when your boundaries are ignored, when your efforts go unseen. And yet, somewhere along the way, you were taught that anger is dangerous, that it makes you bad or childish or weak, so you learn to bury it. But here's the truth. Anger is not the enemy of peace. It's the guardian of self-respect. Jung said that what we repress doesn't disappear, it descends. When you repress anger, it doesn't vanish. It goes underground, where it corrodes the system that hides it. It shows up as cynicism, fatigue, sarcasm, anxiety, depression, or addiction. The more you suppress it, the more it leaks out sideways, in tone, in withdrawal, in resentment. Anger in its clean form is life's way of saying something sacred has been violated. It's an impulse to protect, to assert, to restore integrity. It becomes destructive only when we either deny it or become possessed by it. The work is to reclaim anger as energy, not explosion. That's our path today. To understand what anger really is, how it gets twisted, how it hides, and how to transmute it into power, the kind of power that creates rather than destroys. 1. What it actually is and what it isn't. Anger is not evil. It's not proof that you've failed spiritually or emotionally. It's one of the most vital and intelligent emotions we possess. It signals that a boundary has been crossed, that a value has been ignored, or that something you love is under threat. Without anger, there would be no moral outrage, no revolution, no protection of innocence. But most men have only seen two kinds of anger, violent chaos or passive suppression. The first is the man who lashes out, hurting others and himself. The second is the man who swallows everything, convincing himself he's above it, while quietly eroding from within. Both are distortions. Both come from fear. In its healthy form, anger is a precise emotion. It says no when something violates your integrity. It says stop when something endangers your well-being. It's the backbone of discernment. Anger becomes toxic only when it's mixed with shame or humiliation. Then it mutates into rage, not a clean boundary, but a desperate attempt to regain lost power. Jung would say that the man who fears his anger has exiled his inner warrior, and the man who glorifies his anger has become possessed by that same warrior. The task is not to destroy the warrior, but to mature him. Anger, when owned consciously, is the furnace of transformation. It burns away passivity, victimhood, and illusion. It clarifies, it awakens, it teaches you where you end and the world begins. 2. How it appears in ordinary life. You don't meet anger only in outbursts. You meet it in quiet rooms. You meet it when your partner interrupts and you smile while feeling your chest tighten. You meet it when you say, "It's fine," while knowing it isn't. You meet it at work when credit is stolen and you pretend not to care. You meet it when someone disrespects your effort and you laugh it off instead of naming the sting. Anger rarely begins loud. It starts as tension in the throat, the jaw, the solar plexus. Then, if ignored, it hardens into bitterness. If suppressed long enough, it turns inward, becoming self-hatred. The man who cannot express anger cleanly will direct it toward himself through overwork, self-criticism, or quiet sabotage. You'll recognize unconscious anger in 3 signs. First, displacement. When you get angry at the wrong target, snapping at someone innocent because the real conflict feels too risky. Second, repetition. Finding yourself in the same arguments over and over, as if life is trying to teach you the lesson you keep avoiding. And third, projection. Accusing others of aggression while denying your own. None of this makes you bad. It makes you human. The key is to approach anger with curiosity instead of judgment. Ask what it's protecting, because anger at its root is always guarding something tender: dignity, safety, truth, love. 3. Origins and the boy who stayed. Anger is often the emotion boys are punished for earliest. When a boy shows sadness, he's comforted. When he shows fear, he's protected. But when he shows anger, he's corrected. Don't talk to me like that. Who do you think you are? You're just like your father. The message lands. Anger equals rejection, so he learns to redirect it, to jokes, to silence, to rebellion, to distance. If his father was harsh, he may fear becoming the same. If his father was absent, he may not know what strength looks like at all. If his mother was wounded or anxious, he may have absorbed the role of peacemaker, learning to regulate her emotions instead of his own. Either way, the boy learns that being good means being harmless, and harmlessness becomes his prison. Inside many men lives that boy, the one who made himself small so love wouldn't leave, the one who learned to keep peace at the expense of truth. As an adult, that pattern continues. He avoids conflict, apologizes for existing, and confuses kindness with self-erasure. He wonders why people don't respect him, not realizing that people can only respect boundaries that exist. To reclaim anger is to free that boy from his impossible role. It's to say to him, you don't have to smile through disrespect anymore. You don't have to hold the whole world together. It's safe to say no now. That's not rebellion, that's maturation, the transition from the boy who needed permission to the man who grants it. 4. Contact without collapse. To contact anger means to feel it without losing your center. Most men swing between two poles, explosion or suppression, because they were never taught how to inhabit the middle. The middle is presence. You don't need to yell to feel anger. You don't even need to act on it right away. You simply need to let yourself know you're angry. That awareness alone is revolutionary, because the moment you acknowledge it consciously, you move from being possessed by anger to being in relationship with it. Jung called this holding the tension of the opposites, staying aware of both the emotion and the observer. One part of you feels the fire, another part stays grounded enough to learn from it. That's where transformation happens, in contact, not in collapse. When anger rises, instead of shaming it or acting it out, notice its message. What boundary is being crossed? What truth wants to be spoken? What responsibility am I avoiding? Anger isn't here to humiliate you. It's here to reintroduce you to your own power. The man who can feel anger without being overtaken by it becomes a force of clarity in every room he enters. 5. Containment before expression. Containment is what separates a warrior from a brute. It's the difference between a sword in a scabbard and a sword swinging wildly. Containment doesn't mean holding everything in. It means holding it well. It's the capacity to feel intense emotion while remaining sovereign. A man with containment doesn't broadcast his anger. He radiates it quietly, unmistakably, cleanly. People feel it not as threat, but as presence. Uncontained anger tries to dominate others. Contained anger restores order. One burns bridges, the other forges them. When you contain anger, you discover it's not only destructive, it's deeply creative. It gives rise to assertiveness, vision, and action. Many men confuse meekness with virtue, but meekness is simply anger turned inward. Contained anger, by contrast, is power that serves conscience. It's what allows you to confront injustice without cruelty, to defend what matters without losing grace. That's why Jung associated the integration of anger with individuation itself, the process of becoming whole, because without anger there can be no clear I. You can't form a self without the ability to say no. 6. Consequences of avoidance versus integration. When you avoid anger, it doesn't vanish. It turns sideways. You become irritable instead of assertive, resentful instead of expressive, cynical instead of clear. Over time, avoidance drains your vitality. You lose enthusiasm. Life starts to feel like performance rather than participation. Avoidance also warps relationships. People feel your suppressed anger even when you don't show it. They sense the tension in your eyes, your voice, your stillness. Suppression makes you unpredictable. Integration makes you trustworthy. Integrated anger is quiet power. It's not reactive. It's responsive. It doesn't need to prove itself. It stands, speaks, and stays. The integrated man doesn't apologize for his strength because it's anchored in integrity. The cost of avoiding anger is self-betrayal. The reward for integrating it is authority, not over others, but over yourself. 7. Archetypal framing, the warrior and the king. In Jung's language, anger belongs to the warrior archetype. The immature warrior is reckless. He swings his blade at everything that moves. The mature warrior is discerning. He fights only when necessary, and always in service of the kingdom. The immature warrior uses anger for domination. The mature warrior uses it for direction. He knows that anger is a compass, pointing to what requires protection or correction. But anger's full transformation happens under the king archetype. The king governs anger with wisdom. He does not repress it. That would weaken the realm. Nor does he indulge it. That would corrupt it. He channels it through justice. The king uses anger to bless boundaries, to defend truth, and to sustain order. His anger is never impulsive. It's intentional. When your inner warrior and king are aligned, anger becomes sacred fire, the heat that forges integrity. It keeps you warm in adversity, but never burns the village down. That's what mature masculinity looks like. Fierce but benevolent. 8. Responsibility and witness. To integrate anger fully, you must take responsibility for it, not by suppressing it, but by owning it. Responsibility means saying, this energy lives in me. It's mine to understand, not project. Projection is easy. It's always simpler to see anger in others than to admit it in ourselves. But every time you blame, you lose power. Every time you own it, you reclaim it. Witness is the second half of this process. No man can integrate his anger in isolation. You need mirrors, men who have done the same work, who can look at you without fear when you're burning inside. They remind you that you're not a monster. You're a man learning to feel safely. Anger integrated in solitude can harden into stoicism. Anger integrated in brotherhood matures into compassion. Because when you see other men struggle with the same fire, you stop pretending yours makes you unique. It makes you human. Responsibility turns anger into choice. Witness turns choice into wisdom. Anger is not a curse, it's a torch, one that has burned in your lineage for generations. It was there when your ancestors protected what they loved, when they said no to oppression, when they refused to bow to fear. Somewhere along the way, that torch was labeled dangerous, and you were taught to drop it. But the world doesn't need men who've gone cold. It needs men who can carry fire without burning down the village. When anger rises, don't shame it, don't worship it. Listen to it, ask it what it's defending. Let it teach you where your edges are. Let it teach you who you are. You can live your whole life trying to be harmless, or you can learn to be good. The difference is that the good man knows his power and aims it wisely. So the next time anger visits, remember, it's not coming to ruin you. It's coming to remind you that your life still matters enough to protect. Be that man, not perfectly, reliably. Begin. Sit with me for a while, and I want to share with you 5 insights from Carl Jung that every man should know before he tries to change his life. These are not motivational slogans or quick techniques. They are deep psychological truths about how the human soul actually develops. You've probably felt pieces of them already. That sense that part of you is missing, or that you're living half a life because something in you is unclaimed, unseen, or unintegrated. Jung's work isn't about becoming good, it's about becoming whole. Today, we'll talk about 5 insights that define that journey. The shadow, what you refuse to see will run your life. The persona, the mask that wins approval but costs authenticity. The anima, your forgotten feeling life, the bridge to depth. The archetypes, the patterns of strength that structure the masculine psyche. Individuation, the long road of becoming who you truly are. This is not theory. These are the coordinates of real transformation. 1. The shadow, what you refuse to see, will run your life. Jung's first great insight is that everything you reject in yourself doesn't disappear. It becomes the shadow. The shadow is not evil. It's simply the part of you that was never given permission to exist. Every time you said, "That's not me," the shadow took note. Every unspoken envy, every hidden desire, every unacknowledged fear, they all went somewhere. They became the unseen half of your psyche, waiting to be faced. Most men live their lives at war with their own shadow. They chase success, but sabotage themselves. They preach virtue, but find themselves lying or betraying in secret. They want peace, but they start fights. They don't understand that what they repress will always return, disguised as fate. You can recognize your shadow in what triggers you. When another man's confidence irritates you, when someone's vulnerability makes you uncomfortable, when you despise arrogance or clinginess or weakness, those are mirrors, not monsters. What we hate in others reveals what we haven't made peace with in ourselves. The shadow's function isn't to shame you, it's to complete you. The energy you call bad is often just raw power in exile, strength without guidance, feeling without language, truth without permission. Integration begins when you stop trying to destroy that part and start listening to it. The man who owns his shadow becomes dangerous in the best sense of the word, not destructive but undeniable. His power is no longer hidden behind denial or performance. It moves cleanly, honestly, like a current that's finally been given a riverbed. 2. The persona, the mask that wins approval, but costs authenticity. Jung's second insight is that every man builds a mask, what he called the persona. It's the version of you designed to fit the world. The man who learned to smile through pain, to achieve instead of feel, to perform strength instead of embody it. That's the persona at work. The persona isn't false, it's incomplete. It's the social armor that once kept you safe. As a child, you needed approval to survive. You learned quickly what earned love and what provoked withdrawal. So you adapted. You became the good son, the clever student, the reliable worker, the agreeable friend, and it worked for a while. But adulthood asks for something the persona can't give: depth, intimacy, meaning. The mask begins to crack under pressure. You can feel this when you're praised yet empty, successful yet restless, respected yet disconnected from your own life. The persona helped you survive, but it cannot help you live. This is the midlife turning point Jung spoke about. The moment a man realizes that his outer success doesn't match his inner truth, he may panic, change careers, leave relationships, chase novelty. But the real task isn't to reinvent the persona, it's to outgrow it. When you begin to drop the mask, you feel naked, uncertain, exposed. That's normal. It means you're meeting yourself for the first time without disguise. Don't rush to fill that gap. The space beneath the persona is where authenticity grows. Every man must eventually choose between 2 kinds of pain: the pain of continuing the performance or the pain of becoming real. Only one leads to freedom. 3. The anima, your forgotten feeling life. The third insight is one most men resist. Jung called it the anima. The anima is the inner feminine, not softness or weakness, but the principle of feeling, imagination, and intuition that lives within every man. When you cut yourself off from it, you lose access to your emotional intelligence, your creative depth, your ability to love and be loved. Many men are haunted by the anima without knowing it. She appears in dreams as the mysterious woman you can't reach, or as the idealized partner you're always chasing, or as the critic that undermines you from within. Jung saw her as a bridge between the conscious and unconscious, the part of you that connects reason to soul. When the anima is rejected, men either become emotionally numb or consumed by emotional chaos. They fear feelings and then are secretly ruled by them. They confuse control with strength, and they mistake withdrawal for peace. To reclaim the anima doesn't mean becoming less masculine. It means becoming more human. It means allowing empathy without losing edge and depth without drowning. The man who has integrated his anima can sit in silence and feel everything without fleeing. He can listen without fixing, act without grandstanding, and love without losing himself. The anima teaches receptivity, the art of listening inwardly, and for a man who's lived his whole life by control, that is perhaps the bravest act imaginable. 4. The archetypes, the deep patterns of the masculine psyche. The fourth insight is about the deep architecture of the psyche, what Jung called the archetypes. They're not roles or stereotypes, but universal blueprints of human behavior that live in every man. You can feel them inside you. The warrior who fights for what matters, the lover who longs for connection and beauty, the magician who seeks understanding and transformation, and the king who brings order, blessing, and responsibility. When these archetypes are unconscious, they rule you. The warrior becomes aggressive, the lover becomes addicted, the magician becomes manipulative, and the king becomes tyrannical or impotent. But when they're integrated, they balance one another. The warrior acts with purpose, guided by the magician's wisdom. The lover humanizes the king's authority. The magician gives strategy to the warrior's courage. You don't have to become these archetypes. They already live in you. Your task is to mature them, to let them converse instead of compete. Jung saw the man who learns to balance his inner court as psychologically sovereign, no longer ruled by moods or personas, but guided by principle. When you integrate these energies, you stop swinging between extremes, dominance and passivity, logic and chaos, passion and detachment. You become stable, like a mountain that knows both its roots and its summit. Archetypal balance is what makes a man trustworthy, because he's no longer acting out of reaction, he's acting out of integration. 5. Individuation, the long road home. All of Jung's insights lead to one central task, what he called individuation. It means becoming who you truly are, not who you were told to be, not who you pretend to be, but who your soul has been trying to become since you were born. Individuation is not self-improvement. It's not about polishing the mask or optimizing your habits. It's about reconciling opposites, strength and tenderness, light and dark, power and humility. It's about realizing that wholeness is more sacred than perfection. This process usually begins with crisis. Something cracks, a loss, a betrayal, an exhaustion that no success can fix. The old identity breaks down, and you're left standing in the ruins, wondering who you are without your armor. That's when individuation begins, when the outer world no longer defines your worth, and the inner world starts to call your name. The path is not glamorous, it's quiet, slow, and often lonely. You'll face all your old ghosts, the unhealed boy, the rejected emotions, the dreams you abandoned. But if you stay with it, something extraordinary happens. You begin to feel solid from the inside out. Your yes becomes clean. Your number becomes clear. You stop performing and start living. The man who walks the path of individuation is not flawless. He's integrated. His power comes not from what he controls, but from what he accepts. How these 5 insights appear in daily life. All of this might sound lofty, but you meet these truths every day. You meet the shadow when you lie to stay liked. You meet the persona when you nod instead of speaking truth. You meet the anima when you suppress tears that want to teach you. You meet the archetypes when you act without courage, or when you wield power without compassion. And you meet individuation every time you realize that your old strategies don't work anymore. Real growth is ordinary. It's the moment you pause before reacting. It's the quiet realization that your anger is protecting something meaningful. It's the first honest conversation you have with yourself after years of avoidance. That's where Jung's work lives, not in theory, but in the smallest decisions that return you to integrity. Consequences of avoidance versus integration. Avoidance leads to fragmentation. You become scattered, living as fragments of yourself, strong at work but lost at home, confident in logic but terrified of emotion. Integration leads to coherence. It doesn't erase contradiction, it organizes it. You start to feel one life instead of many selves. Avoidance breeds exhaustion because you're always managing impressions instead of living truth. Integration brings peace, not comfort, but alignment, and alignment is the deepest form of rest there is. Archetypal framing, the king within. When a man begins to live by these 5 insights, he starts to awaken his inner king, not the ruler of others, but the ruler of himself. The king doesn't repress the shadow, he listens to it. He doesn't hide behind the persona, he uses it wisely. He honors the anima as his connection to soul, commands the warrior and magician with discipline, and blesses the lover with permission to feel. The king doesn't chase dominance, he embodies responsibility. He doesn't need to prove his authority, his presence is enough. Jung said that when a man finds his inner center, he stops needing to perform masculinity because he has become it. True kingship is not loud. It's a quiet gravity, the sense that a man has nothing to prove because he has finally integrated everything he once denied. Responsibility and witness. No man can walk this path entirely alone. You face the shadow alone, yes, but you live its integration among others. You need mirrors, people who can see you without illusion, who won't flinch when you falter, who will remind you that progress is not perfection. Responsibility is not punishment, it's privilege. It means you are no longer blaming fate, your parents, or the world. You are owning your life, its history, its pain, its potential. You become the custodian of your own transformation. And as you do, something shifts quietly inside. Fear turns to focus, restlessness turns to direction, and life begins to feel guided again, not by external forces, but by an inner authority that doesn't shout because it no longer needs to. The 5 insights you've just heard are not steps, they're mirrors. Each one invites you to meet yourself at a deeper level. The shadow asks for honesty, the persona for humility, the anima for feeling, the archetypes for balance, and individuation for endurance. Together they form a map, one that doesn't lead you to perfection, but to presence. You don't have to master them all at once. You only have to begin. Every act of awareness, every honest admission, every moment you choose truth over comfort, that's individuation in motion. You will never be finished, but you can be faithful. Be that man, not perfectly, reliably. Begin. Sit with me for a while. I want to talk to you about something every man eventually faces, but few are willing to name out loud. The part of you that destroys what you love. It's the moment you say the words you can't take back. The day you sabotage something good because it feels too unfamiliar, too close, too real. It's the quiet panic when love, success, or peace arrive, and some old instinct inside you pulls the fire alarm. You may think this is weakness, bad luck, or fate. It's not. It's the unconscious, your unintegrated shadow, trying to protect you from a kind of intimacy you once learned was unsafe. Carl Jung saw this pattern everywhere. People seeking love but fleeing it once it's found, building careers and then burning them down, creating beauty and then turning away from it as if they weren't worthy of keeping it. Destruction isn't always hatred. Often it's fear dressed as control. In this conversation, I want to show you why you do it, and more importantly, how you can stop. Because the man who understands his own self-sabotage doesn't lose power, he regains it. 1. What it actually is and what it isn't. Self-destruction isn't madness, it's protection, outdated protection. Somewhere deep inside you, an old part of the psyche believes that to have something precious is to be in danger, so it intervenes. It sabotages relationships before they can abandon you. It undermines your success before it can humiliate you. It numbs your feelings before they can overwhelm you. This instinct isn't logical, it's ancient. It was born in the years when you were small and helpless, when love felt conditional, when safety depended on others' moods. Your nervous system learned that closeness could mean pain and that vulnerability could mean loss. So it built a strategy, better to destroy than to be destroyed. Jung saw this as the shadow's paradox. The same psychic force that once protected you now punishes you for growing. Every time you approach real intimacy, real purpose, or real peace, that old system panics. It doesn't trust goodness to last. It believes only in repetition, even if what repeats is suffering. Self-sabotage, then, is not the behavior of a bad man. It's the adaptation of a hurt boy who doesn't yet know he's safe. It's not moral failure. It's memory acting through you. And within that very pattern lies a strange form of loyalty, a misplaced devotion to the past. When you destroy what you love, it's as if some unconscious part of you is saying, I refuse to betray the world I came from by being happier than it allowed me to be. To heal, that doesn't mean erasing the past. It means letting the man you are now take the steering wheel from the boy who's been driving too long. 2. How it appears in ordinary life. This pattern doesn't announce itself with drama. It lives in the small choices. It's the text you don't send because you fear seeming needy. It's the argument you start to regain a sense of control. It's the tendency to pick partners who guarantee disappointment because at least that feels familiar. You might notice 3 repeating signs of self-destruction. Disproportion. You overreact to small things, a late reply, a gentle critique, a partner's boundary. The emotional charge doesn't match the moment because it belongs to another time. Projection. You begin to suspect that others will betray, shame, or abandon you, and then, driven by that fear, you behave in ways that push them to do exactly that. Repetition. You find yourself in the same painful story with different faces, the same tension, the same collapse, the same regret. Each time the cast changes, but the script remains the same. If this feels familiar, you're not broken. You're just caught in the echo of something unresolved. Jung wrote that what we do not make conscious appears in our lives as fate. In other words, until you meet the pattern within, you'll keep meeting it without. In lovers, bosses, and friends who replay the same old wound until you finally wake up. The antidote is awareness, not blame. When you can say, this panic isn't about her. This distance isn't about them. This is the moment I start to run again. You begin to reclaim choice, and choice is the first act of freedom. 3. Origins and the boy who stayed. Every man who destroys what he loves learned the habit in a house where love and fear were tangled together. Maybe your father's affection came only through achievement, so you learned to perform but not to rest. Maybe your mother's love demanded constant attunement, so you learned to care for others but not yourself. Maybe both were unpredictable, teaching you that connection was a risk, not a refuge. The boy in you internalized those conditions. He made quiet vows. I'll never need too much. I'll always stay in control. I'll leave before I'm left. Those contracts kept him safe when he was small, but they imprison the man you are now. So when intimacy arrives, the kind that requires surrender, that boy panics. He thinks, if I relax, I'll be hurt again. When success appears, he fears the punishment that used to follow joy. When peace enters, he feels unsafe without tension, so he stirs it up. That's why self-sabotage feels both painful and relieving, because the chaos it creates is familiar. It returns you to the emotional climate of your childhood, where you knew the rules. Calm is foreign, suffering feels like home. The work is not to shame the boy, it's to meet him, to let him know the war is over. You can't fix the pattern by willpower, because it was never a rational decision, it was an emotional one. What he needs is presence, not punishment. When the adult self learns to stay steady while the child self trembles, the pattern begins to dissolve. You stop needing to destroy what you love just to feel safe. 4. Contact without collapse. To break the cycle, you must be able to face what drives it, without collapsing into guilt or denial. Contact means noticing the moment before destruction, the tightening, the urge to control, the rising irritation that's really fear, that's the shadow speaking. Maybe your partner expresses affection, and suddenly you feel trapped. Maybe your project succeeds, and you feel anxious instead of proud. Maybe life quiets down, and you go looking for drama. These aren't signs of failure, they're signs of emergence. They mean the psyche is surfacing with its unprocessed truth. Contact is not confession, it's witnessing. It's the moment you realize, this reaction is older than this situation. That sentence alone can save relationships, careers, and years of self-blame. Because once you see that the storm belongs to the past, you stop fighting the present. Every time you stay conscious during a moment of old panic, you rewire something fundamental. You show the unconscious that the adult can hold what the child could not. That is integration in motion, not as an idea, but as lived experience. 5. Containment before expression. Many men think healing means venting, but Jung would say the opposite. Containment precedes expression. A man becomes powerful not because he explodes less, but because he can hold more without imploding. Containment is the art of feeling fully without acting impulsively. It's the ability to sense the burn of anger, the tremor of fear, the ache of grief, and stay with it long enough for it to reveal its meaning. Because underneath every destructive impulse lies a message. I'm scared of losing control. I don't feel seen. I'm afraid I'm not enough. When you can hold those messages without running, they transform. Rage turns into clarity. Fear turns into focus. Pain turns into compassion. Containment is not repression, it's mastery. It's what allows you to express emotion cleanly without using it as a weapon or burying it as a wound. 6. Consequences of avoidance versus integration. Avoidance is easy until it isn't. Avoiding your shadow gives temporary comfort but permanent instability. You can succeed for a while, build, love, lead, but the unintegrated part will always come for its due. It will whisper doubts in your best moments, corrode intimacy when it deepens, sabotage peace when it settles. Integration costs more up front, honesty, discomfort, humility, but it repays you with coherence. You stop living in fragments. Your actions align with your values. You no longer chase extremes, affection one day, withdrawal the next. You begin to trust yourself again. Men who destroy what they love are not doomed. They're uninitiated. They've never learned that true strength is not in control, but in containment, not in dominance, but in dignity. Every time you stay with discomfort instead of acting it out, you rewrite your story. You prove to your nervous system that love can coexist with safety, that peace can coexist with power. 7. Archetypal framing, the king and the saboteur. Jung would say that every man carries within him both the king and the saboteur. The king represents order, integrity, and blessing, the power to build and to protect. The saboteur is his shadow twin, born of fear, mistrust, and the need for control. When the king is weak, the saboteur rules. He whispers, "Don't trust her, don't rest yet. They'll betray you. End it before it ends you." And so, in an attempt to stay safe, the man burns his own kingdom to the ground. But when the king awakens, he doesn't kill the saboteur. He listens to him. He says, "I know why you're scared. I know you've seen too much." He transforms fear into vigilance, defensiveness into discernment. The same energy that once destroyed now protects. This is the essence of integration, to take what was once your enemy and turn it into an ally. Jung called it alchemy, the transformation of raw psychic material into gold. The mature man doesn't stop feeling destructive impulses. He learns to rule them. His strength lies in his containment, not his denial. The king who integrates his saboteur becomes the kind of man others trust instinctively. His calm has weight. His word has gravity. He doesn't flinch at darkness because he's already faced his own. 8. Responsibility and witness. The work of self-mastery is solitary but not isolating. There are moments no one can walk with you, when you'll have to sit alone with the impulse to destroy and decide differently. But there must also be witnesses, brothers, mentors, partners, who can hold a mirror when you forget what you've learned. Men fall into destruction fastest when they isolate. The psyche needs reflection to stay sane. It needs to be seen. Brotherhood is not sentimentality, it's structure. It's how you remind yourself that being human doesn't make you weak. It makes you accountable. Responsibility is the cleanest antidote to self-destruction. When you stop asking, "Why does this always happen to me?" and start asking, "What part of me is asking to be seen through this?" the whole story changes. You move from victim to participant, from reactor to author. You will still stumble. You will still feel the old impulses rise. But the difference is this: now you will know what they are. And knowledge, real, lived knowledge, changes everything. Closing benediction. You asked why you keep destroying what you love. The answer is not cruelty. It's fear disguised as protection. Somewhere in you still lives a boy who believes love will cost him himself. But he's wrong. The truth is that love, peace, and creation are the only things that ever return you to yourself. The pattern ends when you stop running from your own depth, when you realize that nothing you love truly asks you to shrink. So the next time you feel that familiar urge to pull away, to sabotage, to end something before it ends you, pause. Remember, this moment is not punishment. It's an invitation to meet the part of you that still doesn't believe he deserves to stay. Meet him, listen, stay. Be that man, not perfectly, reliably. Begin. Sit with me for a while. You've spent much of your life trying to be a good man, responsible, capable, strong. You've succeeded in many ways, yet something in you still feels divided. Some days you feel sharp and driven, other days numb and adrift. One moment you lead, the next you withdraw. You sense there are deeper layers of strength, depth, and presence available to you, but they don't seem to last. Carl Jung called this fragmentation the condition of the uninitiated man, the man who hasn't yet met, understood, and integrated his inner archetypes. Jung said that within every man live 4 deep structures of the psyche: the king, the warrior, the magician, and the lover. These aren't roles to play, they are energies, instinctual patterns that guide the way a man relates to power, purpose, knowledge, and love. When they are balanced, a man feels aligned, decisive, and at peace with his own strength. When they are distorted, he becomes divided, tyrannical in one area, impotent in another. In this conversation, we're going to explore what these 4 archetypes truly mean, not as myth or fantasy, but as psychological realities that shape your life every single day. 1. What it actually is and what it isn't. Archetypes are not characters in a story. They are living templates of human experience. Jung observed them across time, culture, and history, recurring patterns in myths, dreams, and behavior that reveal something universal about the human soul. The king, warrior, magician, and lover are not external ideals to imitate. They are inner realities to integrate. When a man hasn't yet met these energies within himself, he tends to act them out unconsciously, swinging between extremes. The warrior becomes the bully or the coward. The lover becomes the addict or the detached observer. The magician becomes the manipulator or the skeptic. The king becomes the tyrant or the weakling in the crown. But when a man learns to recognize these archetypes as inner allies, parts of his own wholeness, he begins to embody them with clarity and humility. Power becomes responsibility. Passion becomes connection. Intellect becomes wisdom. Authority becomes service. This is what Jung meant by individuation, the process of becoming whole, where no part of your psyche is exiled, and every archetype has a seat at the table. You stop trying to perform masculinity and begin to inhabit it. 2. How it appears in ordinary life. You don't meet your archetypes on a mountaintop. You meet them in the small details of your everyday life. When your partner asks for presents and you retreat into work, that's the magician overactivated and the lover exiled. When you can't stop controlling every detail of a project, that's the king turning tyrant, unable to trust the warrior's discipline or the magician's insight. When you feel intense attraction, but then numb out, that's the lover afraid of his own depth, uncontained by the king's order. When you keep fighting everyone, at home, at work, online, that's the warrior untethered from purpose, mistaking noise for strength. The archetypes are always playing in you, whether you're conscious of them or not. When one dominates, imbalance follows. When they cooperate, integrity emerges. There are 3 clear signs you're out of alignment with your archetypes. Disproportion. You bring too much energy of one archetype to a situation that calls for another. You fight when you should listen. You withdraw when you should act. Projection. You see in other men what you've disowned in yourself. You call another man arrogant because he embodies the king you've suppressed. You call another man cold because he embodies the warrior you fear. Repetition. You keep living the same conflict, overworking, numbing, chasing, collapsing. That's your psyche trying to restore balance by forcing awareness through pattern. You don't need to fix these parts. You need to recognize them, because recognition is what turns chaos into structure. 3. Origins and the boy who stayed. Before a man learns to embody his archetypes, he lives as the boy, and the boy is not a failure. He's just unfinished. The boy tries to be everything for everyone because he hasn't yet met the inner king who knows how to say no. He fights for approval because he hasn't met the warrior who fights for purpose. He hides behind intellect or irony because he hasn't met the magician who uses knowledge for truth rather than defense. He romanticizes love because he hasn't met the lover who knows that beauty and pain are part of the same pulse of life. Most men learned their masculinity through absence, through what they didn't see, the father who never blessed, the teacher who shamed curiosity, the culture that mocked vulnerability. So the boy inside made silent vows. I'll never need anyone. I'll never fail. I'll never show weakness. These vows became armor, useful once, but suffocating now. Maturity begins when the man goes back for that boy, not to erase him, but to integrate him. The boy carries vitality, innocence, and wonder. The man brings structure, clarity, and strength. When they meet, the archetypes awaken. Without that integration, you'll keep leading like a boy, demanding loyalty but fearing intimacy, chasing results but missing meaning, winning battles but losing yourself. 4. Contact without collapse. To embody your archetypes, you must first make contact with them, not as concepts, but as living realities inside you. The king is not a crown, it's a center. It's the part of you that can hold complexity without losing direction. The man who embodies the king doesn't need to dominate. His presence alone organizes the room. You've met moments of your king when you set boundaries calmly, when you bless others' growth without envy, when you refuse to act from panic. The warrior is not violence, it's discipline in motion. It's the willingness to act on behalf of something greater than comfort. You've met your warrior when you spoke truth, though it cost you approval, when you protected someone vulnerable, when you did the hard thing no one would see. The magician is not manipulation, it's perception. It sees beneath appearances. It connects the visible and invisible, the rational and intuitive. You've met your magician in those moments of creative insight, those nights when you saw a pattern no one else did, when you realized that meaning itself was a form of power, and the lover is the pulse of life itself, its sensuality, emotion, empathy, connection to art, nature, and people. You've met your lover every time you were moved to tears by beauty, every time you touched another person's soul and felt your own expand in return. To meet these archetypes consciously means to let them coexist. The king gives direction to the lover's passion. The warrior defends the king's order. The magician guides them all toward wisdom. None is superior, all are required. 5. Containment before expression. The immature man confuses expression with authenticity. He believes that every feeling must be acted on, every desire pursued, every impulse justified. But the mature man knows that power without containment is chaos. Each archetype, when uncontained, turns dark. The king without humility becomes the tyrant, ruling for ego instead of service. The warrior without compassion becomes the destroyer, fighting battles that feed his anger, not his soul. The magician without ethics becomes the trickster, twisting truth for advantage. The lover without boundaries becomes the addict, drowning in pleasure, unable to stand alone. Containment doesn't mean repression. It means you hold the energy until you understand its purpose. You let the king speak when authority is needed, not when pride is wounded. You let the warrior act when justice is called for, not when you crave revenge. You let the magician speak truth, not just cleverness. You let the lover feel deeply, without making others responsible for your peace. Containment is what separates the initiated from the impulsive. It's what allows power to serve rather than consume. 6. Consequences of avoidance versus integration. When these archetypes remain unintegrated, your life becomes a battlefield of extremes. You work yourself to exhaustion, then collapse in apathy. You demand perfection, then drown in guilt. You swing between dominance and passivity, intensity and emptiness. Avoiding your archetypes doesn't keep you safe. It keeps you small. It keeps you living half a life, efficient but uninspired, responsible but disconnected. And the cost is high. Relationships that can't feel you, work that doesn't reflect you, a body that feels like a stranger's. Integration, by contrast, doesn't make you saintly. It makes you steady. You stop performing masculinity because you no longer need an audience. You begin to lead naturally, love deeply, create meaningfully, and rest without guilt. You don't have to chase wholeness. You become it. Each archetype, when reclaimed, returns something vital to your life. The king brings order and direction. The warrior brings discipline and courage. The magician brings clarity and wisdom. The lover brings aliveness and compassion. Together, they form the architecture of mature masculinity. 7. Archetypal framing, the inner kingdom. The man who integrates all 4 archetypes becomes the sovereign of his own life. He doesn't seek permission to lead, nor does he need to dominate to prove strength. His presence is quiet, his power unmistakable. In Jungian terms, the king is the axis around which the psyche turns. The warrior enforces the king's order in the world. The magician provides vision, the bridge between the seen and unseen. The lover ensures that all this power remains human, tender, and connected to life. When these 4 work in harmony, a man becomes both firm and fluid, structured but not rigid, passionate but not reckless, wise but not detached. He knows when to speak and when to listen, when to fight and when to yield, when to lead and when to learn. Humility keeps him accurate. Responsibility keeps him grounded. He rules not over others but over himself. This is the real meaning of sovereignty, not dominance but integration, not a throne above others but a center within. 8. Responsibility and witness. Every man must face his own initiation, the crossing from boyhood to mature manhood. No one can walk it for you, but you don't have to walk it alone. You need solitude to hear your own voice, and brotherhood to stay accountable to it. Solitude for reflection, brotherhood for grounding. Without solitude, you drown in noise. Without witness, you drift into illusion. Both are necessary to keep the inner kingdom alive. The king in you demands integrity. The warrior demands consistency. The magician demands truth. The lover demands connection. When they all stand together, you become trustworthy, not perfect, but reliable. And that reliability, that capacity to show up again and again, even when no one's watching, is what separates men who perform power from men who embody it. Closing benediction. You asked what Jung meant when he spoke of the 4 archetypes every man must master. He didn't mean domination. He meant balance, integration, the ability to live as a full human being, not a fragment reacting to life. The king in you knows order. The warrior in you knows discipline. The magician in you knows truth. The lover in you knows connection. All 4 live in you, waiting not for perfection, but for acknowledgement. So sit quietly as if before a council inside your own heart. Listen for their voices. Honor each without letting any rule alone. That is the work of a man who has finally come home to himself. Be that man, not perfectly and reliably. Begin. Sit with me for a while. There's a moment in almost every man's life when he realizes that much of what he's been doing, the striving, the performing, the constant reaching, has less to do with purpose and more to do with proving. You build, achieve, charm, or dominate, but beneath it all there's a quiet hunger that never gets fed. You think you're chasing success, but what you're really chasing is permission to feel enough. Carl Jung called this tension the conflict between the persona and the self, between who we show the world and who we truly are. Every man wears a persona. It's the necessary mask of survival. You needed it to belong, to earn affection, to make it through a world that often punished authenticity. But over time, the mask starts to stick. You begin confusing approval with respect, performance with worth, noise with meaning. This is what happens when the shadow of your persona begins to rule you. You become what Jung described as inflated, over-identified with the mask, detached from the soul. You look successful but feel hollow. You appear confident but wake up anxious. You keep running faster, hoping the applause will silence the doubt. But the truth is, the more validation you chase, the more you teach yourself you are unworthy without it. Today, we'll talk about what that cycle really is, why it forms, how it hijacks your life, and how to build something far stronger than approval, inner respect. 1. What it actually is and what it isn't. Validation is not evil. It's the first language of the psyche. As a child, validation is how you learned what was safe, lovable, and acceptable. When you smiled and your parents smiled back, your nervous system recorded that connection as life. Seeking that signal was never vanity, it was survival. But when the external nod becomes your only proof of existence, it turns from nourishment into addiction. Most men think they're chasing success, attraction, or respect, but what they're really craving is relief. Relief from the inner voice that whispers, "You're still not enough." Every like, promotion, or compliment buys a few moments of silence before the noise returns. And here's the paradox. Validation addiction often masquerades as humility. You tell yourself you're just being driven or disciplined, but look closely. If your worth depends on how others react, you've built your house on wind. The truth is that you don't crave attention. You crave recognition. You want the world to mirror back that you exist, that your effort matters. But the world is a broken mirror, one that reflects fragments, not wholeness. Building inner respect means no longer begging the mirror to approve of your reflection. It means remembering that worth is inherent, not earned. 2. How it appears in ordinary life. You meet this pattern every day, not in grand failures, but in the small, relentless moments that drain your integrity. When you check your phone for the 50th time to see if she texted back, that's the boy inside asking, "Am I still lovable?" When you over-explain your ideas in a meeting, hoping they'll think you're smart enough, that's the boy saying, "Please don't see my doubt. When you post an accomplishment online and keep refreshing for likes, that's the boy whispering, "Tell me I exist." When you say yes to something you resent, just to avoid disappointing others, that's the boy trading authenticity for safety. 3 clear signs tell you that you're living under the spell of external validation, disproportionate reaction. Your mood swings wildly based on how others respond. A compliment lifts you for hours. A critique haunts you for days. Performance anxiety. You can't rest because you fear invisibility. Silence feels like failure. You are never truly off stage. Chronic comparison. You measure your worth by proximity to others' achievements, never noticing the ground beneath your own feet. This isn't weakness. It's conditioning. You were trained to earn love by pleasing, impressing, or outperforming. The pattern didn't start in adulthood. It started the first time someone made you believe love had to be bought. 3. Origins and the boy who stayed. If you look back honestly, you'll often find that your hunger for validation was born the moment you realized love could be withdrawn. For some men, it came from a father who only praised achievement, never presence. You learned that being was not enough. You had to perform. For others, it came from a mother whose love felt conditional, warm when you pleased her, cold when you didn't. You learned to monitor her emotions like weather, always adjusting yourself to keep the peace. Those early contracts still live inside you. They sound like, if I slow down, I'll fall behind. If I show weakness, I'll lose respect. If I stop performing, they'll forget me. The boy inside you still believes these rules are keeping you safe, but they're actually keeping you small. He's still waiting for someone to finally say, "You've done enough." But no one can deliver that message for you, not because you don't deserve it, but because it was never supposed to come from outside. The adult man must become the father his boy never had, not the disciplinarian, but the steady voice that says, "You're enough now, you can rest." Without that inner father, the boy keeps running the kingdom, ambitious, charming, anxious, endlessly seeking proof of existence. You can recognize his hand in every overcommitment, every restless night, every relationship that turns into a performance. The work of maturity is not to kill that boy, but to relieve him of command. 4. Contact without collapse. To face your addiction to validation, you must first make contact with the emptiness beneath it, the silence you've been running from. That silence feels unbearable at first, because it's the echo of all the times you felt unseen, unchosen, unnoticed. But that silence is not a void, it's your unoccupied throne. You begin to build inner respect, not by proving more, but by staying when the applause stops. When no one's watching and the temptation to chase another fix rises, stay. That's where your real life begins. You might notice flashes of discomfort, boredom, loneliness, even anger. Each is a signal from your psyche saying, "You've lived too long through others' eyes." Jung would call this the encounter with the self, the moment your deeper being begins to demand sovereignty over your persona. The persona wants noise, the self wants presence. The persona wants reaction, the self wants meaning. Every time you resist the urge to perform for approval, you take one step closer to your own center. And here's the truth no one tells you. The people who truly respect you are the ones who sense that you don't need their approval to exist. That kind of calm power is magnetic, not because it shouts, but because it rests. 5. Containment before expression. Containment in this context means holding your need for recognition without letting it drive your choices. It means noticing the impulse to please, to prove, to impress, and choosing stillness instead of reaction. You don't have to broadcast your worth. You don't have to defend it. The most respected men in any room are not the loudest. They're the ones whose presence carries gravity. They've built a relationship with themselves that cannot be bought by flattery or broken by rejection. This doesn't mean you become detached or cold. It means your emotions no longer leak outward in search of supply. You stop performing and start embodying. You stop seeking mirrors and start becoming one, reflecting truth instead of craving it. Containment gives birth to dignity. Dignity is the internal knowing that your value exists regardless of the spotlight. When a man learns containment, his relationships shift instantly. Love becomes mutual, not transactional. Friendship becomes trust, not competition. Work becomes service, not theater. 6. Consequences of avoidance versus integration. Avoiding this work has a predictable cost. When you chase validation long enough, you eventually become addicted to the chase itself. Even success stops satisfying you. The applause fades faster each time, forcing you to seek bigger stages, louder noise, greater risks. The more you chase external affirmation, the smaller your internal compass becomes. You end up living in reaction to other people's opinions rather than in alignment with your own principles. But when you turn toward this work, when you begin to separate self-worth from external approval, something remarkable happens. You stop oscillating between arrogance and self-doubt. You begin to speak from authority, not ego. You learn to love without losing yourself. You find that peace is not the absence of criticism, but the absence of dependence on it. Integration doesn't make you indifferent, it makes you whole. You can receive praise without inflation and criticism without collapse. You no longer need to prove, you can simply be. That's what Jung meant by individuation, becoming solid from within, so the winds of public opinion can blow without moving your core. 7. Archetypal framing: king, warrior, magician, lover. Each archetype plays a role in freeing you from the need for validation. The king reclaims authority over your worth. He no longer lets the court, society, partners, followers decide his value. His throne is inner stability. The warrior gives discipline to your boundaries. He says no when flattery tempts you to betray yourself. He knows that every time you sell your integrity for approval, you weaken your sword. The magician brings awareness, the capacity to observe your impulses without judgment. He understands the psychology of validation and transforms it into understanding. The lover restores your connection to life, to joy, to beauty, to others, without losing your center in them. He reminds you that intimacy doesn't require self-abandonment. When these 4 archetypes work together, validation loses its grip. Approval becomes pleasant but unnecessary. You move from seeking recognition to giving it, from chasing love to embodying it. This is what Jung called the integration of the masculine psyche, the man who is no longer divided between mask and truth. 8. Responsibility and witness. No man can build inner respect through isolation. You need solitude to hear your truth, yes, but you also need witnesses to hold you accountable to it. Brotherhood is not about performance, it's about presence. It's where men remind each other of who they are when the world's noise grows too loud. The mature man surrounds himself not with admirers, but with equals, men who will speak truth, not praise. They don't feed his ego, they sharpen his integrity. Responsibility means owning your influence. When you no longer live to impress, you begin to lead naturally. People trust you, not because you're flawless, but because your center doesn't move with the tides. You won't live this perfectly, no one does. The urge to prove will whisper again, especially when you're tired, rejected, or unseen. But every time you return to your own respect, you grow stronger. Reliability, not perfection, is the mark of maturity. You asked how to stop chasing validation and build inner respect. The answer is both simple and hard. Stop outsourcing your reflection. The world cannot tell you who you are because it doesn't know. Only you can decide what your life will mean, and that decision begins in silence, not applause. The boy in you wanted to be seen. The man in you wants to see clearly. The first runs from emptiness. The second builds from it. Respect is not given. It is earned, not from others, but from your own consistency, from doing what is right when no one is watching, from staying aligned even when unseen. So slow down, return to your center, speak less to impress, more to express truth. Lead not to be followed, but to serve meaning. Be that man, not perfectly, reliably. Begin. Have you ever noticed that the hardest part of life isn't dealing with other people's betrayals? It's facing your own. Most men imagine betrayal as something external, a friend who lies, a partner who leaves, a colleague who turns. But the deeper betrayal, the one that wounds you from the inside, happens quietly and daily, every time you break an inner contract, silence a truth, or abandon yourself to please the world. Carl Jung said that what you deny controls you, and what you face transforms you. The same is true for integrity. Every self-betrayal might look small, a promise broken, a truth avoided, a moment of weakness justified, but these fragments accumulate. They form what Jung called the shadow of the persona, the moral and emotional debris we leave behind while trying to appear good, reasonable, or strong. This conversation is about that. The small betrayals of self that slowly erode your soul's respect for you. I don't say that dramatically. I say it clinically. You cannot have confidence without self-trust, and you cannot have self-trust while lying to yourself, even in subtle ways. Today, we'll explore the 3 most common ways men betray themselves every day, and how to begin returning to a life of quiet integrity. 1. What it actually is and what it isn't. Self-betrayal isn't dramatic. It rarely looks like a single act of cowardice or failure. It's the invisible drift between what you know is right and what you allow instead. It's not about being immoral, it's about being disconnected. When a man betrays himself, he feels it before he can name it. A tightening in the chest, a vague restlessness, a sense that he's performing his life instead of living it. He begins to feel like an imposter, not because he's faking success, but because he's neglecting truth. Jung wrote that the psyche always moves toward wholeness. When you ignore your own truth, the unconscious begins to revolt through dreams, anxiety, irritability, or exhaustion. These symptoms aren't random. They're your inner life trying to call you back. Now, betrayal has an adaptive function. As a boy, you learned that survival sometimes required dishonesty, not malicious dishonesty, but protective dishonesty. You learned to suppress anger to avoid punishment, to hide sadness to seem strong, to please authority to earn approval. These were intelligent adaptations to an immature world. But when you keep living by those same rules as an adult, they turn from protection into poison. There's a golden side too, the ability to adapt, to read a room, to stay diplomatic. Those are strengths. But when they come at the cost of truth, they become submission. Jung might say the virtue of empathy turns into the vice of self-erasure. Integration doesn't mean throwing away your diplomacy or calm. It means learning to pair them with truth, so your peace has a spine. Self-betrayal then isn't about failure, it's about misalignment. And every man who lives misaligned eventually pays the price in burnout, resentment, or quiet despair. 2. How it appears in ordinary life. You don't have to look far to find it. It happens in the simple moments, the ones you dismiss as harmless, but feel later as regret. The first betrayal is saying yes when your body means no. You do it at work when you take on a task that drains you because you want to seem dependable. You do it in relationships when you agree to something that crosses your boundary because you don't want to appear difficult. You do it socially when you keep showing up in circles that no longer nourish you because you fear what will happen if you stop. Every yes that contradicts your truth teaches your nervous system that your needs don't matter. Over time, that lesson becomes a lifestyle. The second betrayal is silencing your anger to preserve peace. Anger isn't the enemy, it's information. It tells you when something sacred is being violated. But many men learned early that anger destroys love, so they bury it. They smile while dying inside, mistaking politeness for strength. This doesn't make them calm, it makes them depressed, because every unspoken no turns inward. It becomes self-contempt. The man who never expresses anger will eventually drown in it. The third betrayal is pretending you don't know what you know. You sense that the relationship is wrong, but you stay. You feel that your career is killing your spirit, but you call it responsibility. You notice a pattern that keeps repeating, but you convince yourself it's coincidence. This is the betrayal of intuition, the refusal to trust your own perception. Jung said the unconscious speaks through symbols, but most men ignore those messages until their life collapses. These are the daily betrayals. They seem small, but each one says the same thing. I do not trust myself. And this is the irony. Men crave respect more than anything, but respect begins at home. If you can't keep promises to yourself, no amount of external validation will make you whole. 3. Origins and the boy who stayed. Self-betrayal always begins in boyhood. Somewhere along the line, you learned that authenticity was unsafe. Maybe your father punished emotion, so you learned to suppress it. Maybe your mother needed harmony, so you learned to people-please. Maybe your teachers rewarded compliance over curiosity, so you learned to follow rules instead of instincts. Each of those lessons formed what Jung called complexes, emotional knots that hold both pain and wisdom. The boy who learned to keep the peace also learned empathy. The boy who learned to hide strength also learned restraint. But those virtues calcify into prisons when never matured. Every man carries an inner boy who still believes, if I speak up, I'll lose love. If I stand firm, I'll be punished. If I rest, I'll fall behind. So he builds armor, achievement, politeness, rationalization. But under the armor, the boy is still there, waiting for permission to exist as he is. Reclaiming that boy isn't regression, it's integration. You don't go back to being him. You go back to get him. You tell him, you don't have to betray yourself to belong anymore. I'm here now. I can hold the line. That's the moment a man begins to heal, when he stops outsourcing his safety to the approval of others and starts providing it from within. 4. Contact without collapse. You can't correct what you refuse to confront. Contact means being honest about how you participate in your own suffering without collapsing into shame. Shame is useless here. It only repeats the old pattern of self-betrayal. What you need is curiosity, the kind that looks at your contradictions and says, of course I did that. That was the only way I knew how to survive. Contact looks like this. Catching yourself about to agree to something you don't want, pausing, and feeling the tension between your words and your truth. It's not comfortable. It's supposed to be uncomfortable. That discomfort is your integrity waking up after years of sedation. There will be days when you want to go back to sleep, to stay agreeable, to stay admired. But you'll also feel the slow corrosion that comes with living untrue. Jung said that the most terrifying thing for a man is to meet himself fully. But he also said that wholeness is impossible without that encounter. When you stop running from the truth of your own betrayals, you start building the strength to stand in reality. Reality isn't cruel, it's precise. It doesn't punish you, it simply mirrors where you've abandoned yourself. And that mirror, while brutal at first, is the beginning of freedom. 5. Containment before expression. As you begin to live in alignment, emotions will surface. Anger, grief, even contempt for how long you tolerated less than truth. The task isn't to unleash them blindly, it's to hold them consciously. Containment doesn't mean repression, it means sovereignty. Imagine a cup holding water. Without the cup, the water spills everywhere. Destructive. With the cup, it nourishes. That's what containment does for your emotional life. When you finally stop betraying yourself, you'll realize that your anger isn't wild, it's wise. Your grief isn't weakness, it's record-keeping. Your anxiety isn't random. It's a signal that you're trying to live two lives, the outer life that pleases others and the inner one that pleads for truth. Containment allows you to feel fully without collapsing. It teaches you that emotional maturity is not about feeling less. It's about feeling honestly. 6. Consequences of avoidance versus integration. The cost of avoidance is subtle but severe. Every time you betray yourself, you lose a little clarity. You start doubting your instincts, second-guessing your choices, over-explaining your decisions. You become reactive, chasing approval, over-apologizing, constantly checking how you're perceived. You look functional on the outside but live fractured on the inside. And the greatest loss? Self-respect. Not in the moral sense, but in the energetic one. When you don't respect your own truth, your words lose weight. People sense it. You can't fake congruence. Your nervous system broadcasts it louder than your mouth ever could. But when you begin to integrate, even in small ways, your life gains coherence. You no longer need to argue your worth. Your tone changes, your boundaries sharpen, your presence steadies. You become the kind of man others trust, not because you please them, but because you're anchored. That's what integrity feels like, not purity, but alignment. 7. Archetypal framing, king, warrior, magician, lover. Each betrayal of self distorts one of the 4 archetypes within you. When you say yes out of fear, you dethrone the king, the part of you that grants order and boundaries. A weak king tries to keep peace by avoiding conflict, but a mature king understands that peace built on lies is tyranny in disguise. When you silence your anger, you wound the warrior, the part of you that protects what matters. A castrated warrior confuses politeness with morality. A mature warrior knows that clean anger is sacred. It defends life without destroying it. When you pretend not to know what you know, you exile the magician, the one who sees truth beneath appearances. Denying intuition is a form of psychic blindness. The mature magician uses awareness as power, not manipulation, but clarity. And beneath it all lies the lover, the part of you that longs to connect. When you betray yourself for approval, the lover becomes desperate, trying to earn affection through performance. But when integrated, the lover becomes generous, giving warmth without losing self. To live without betrayal is to let these 4 archetypes converse again, each balancing the other, forming a psyche that leads with truth, defends it, understands it, and loves through it. 8. Responsibility and witness. No man can reclaim integrity in isolation. Solitude is essential for clarity, but brotherhood is essential for endurance. You need men who will mirror your truth back to you when you begin to drift. Not flatterers, but witnesses. Responsibility means becoming someone your own soul can rely on. It's not grand, it's quiet. It's the kind of reliability that builds over time, keeping small promises, telling the truth when it costs you, staying steady when old habits whisper. And here's the paradox. The more you stop betraying yourself, the less you'll tolerate betrayal from others. Integrity recognizes integrity. Your standards rise naturally, not from arrogance, but from self-respect. You won't live this perfectly. You'll still catch yourself bending, pleasing, hiding. That's fine. The goal isn't perfection. The goal is reliability, to notice faster, to return sooner, to live closer to your own word. You asked how men betray themselves every day. The answer is simple: by saying yes when they mean no, by hiding anger that was meant to protect them, and by pretending not to know what they already know. These betrayals don't make you bad. They make you human. But staying in them makes you hollow. The work is not to hate yourself for your compromises. It's to outgrow the version of you that needed them. You are not here to be endlessly agreeable. You are here to be true. And truth, once embodied, restores everything betrayal stole. So begin again. Speak your no without apology. Trust what you feel even when others don't. Build a life that doesn't require lying to yourself to keep it standing. Be that man, not perfectly, reliably. Begin. Have you ever wondered why the voice in your head still sounds like your father's? Even after decades, new job, new house, new life, his presence lingers. Not as a man, but as an echo. The praise you still chase, the criticism you still fear, the silence that still feels like judgment. Most men think they've moved on from their fathers, but they haven't. They've only internalized him. Jung said the most influential figure in a man's psyche is not the father he remembers, but the imago of the father that lives within him. It's this psychic image, whether loved, feared, or absent, that becomes the model for authority, discipline, worth, and power. This conversation isn't about blaming fathers. It's about recognizing the inheritance every man carries. The emotional DNA that shapes how you relate to strength, order, ambition, and self-respect. Until you make peace with your inner father, you will keep unconsciously rebelling against him or imitating him, sometimes both in the same breath. The father wound doesn't only limit your power, it distorts it. 1. What it actually is and what it isn't. The father wound is not a dramatic event. It's not just an abusive man, a violent household, or a tragic absence, though those are real and devastating. More often, the wound is quieter. A father who was physically present but emotionally absent, who worked hard but never looked you in the eyes long enough to really see you. A father who demanded excellence but never modeled rest. A father who gave rules but not warmth. This wound is not about villainy, it's about distance. It's what happens when a boy's natural longing to be mirrored by his father, to be told, "I see you and you have what it takes," goes unanswered. The psyche doesn't simply shrug and move on. It compensates. Some men overachieve, chasing the praise they never received. Others underachieve, rejecting all authority as a way to protest the one that failed them. Both live under the same spell. Jung said that the father archetype governs law and order, the inner principle that gives structure to life. When that energy is missing or distorted, the man feels one of two things: chaos or tyranny, either the absence of guidance or the presence of domination. The adaptive function, especially in boyhood, is survival. You learned to read the emotional weather of your father's moods. You became hypervigilant, charming, competitive, invisible, whatever kept you safe. That adaptation worked when you were small, but in adulthood it becomes self-sabotage. You keep seeking validation from authority figures, repeating the dynamic with bosses, mentors, and even partners. You conflate discipline with coldness, assertiveness with cruelty, strength with the withholding of affection. You believe that to be powerful, you must also be untouchable. And yet buried under that armor is the gold: sensitivity, longing, devotion, gentleness, the qualities that make a man not only powerful, but human. The father wound isn't a life sentence, it's an initiation, a summons to mature your relationship with power. 2. How it appears in ordinary life. You don't need a therapist to spot the father wound. You just need to look at how you handle authority, criticism, and ambition. When a man hasn't faced this wound, he does one of three things. He overcompensates, becoming the hyperachiever, disciplined, successful, stoic. He builds empires, but every victory tastes like ash because no one is there to witness it. He was never applauded by the father, so he performs for an invisible audience that never claps loud enough. He rebels, rejecting all structure. He resists commitment, calls routine oppression, and interprets every boundary as control. But underneath the rebellion lies dependence, a boy still fighting a man who isn't even in the room anymore. Or he withdraws, numbing out. He keeps his dreams small, avoids leadership, and tells himself he's peaceful, when really he's afraid of the same harshness he grew up under. In daily life, it looks like this. You hesitate to speak up at work when your boss criticizes you, because it stirs that childhood fear of paternal disappointment. You find yourself seeking a partner's approval the way you once sought your father's. You grind endlessly, unable to rest, because rest feels like weakness, and weakness was never safe in your house. And yet, all this effort doesn't make you feel strong. It makes you feel performative, because deep down, the boy inside you is still asking, am I enough? The answer will never come from the outside. It comes when you turn and realize the father you've been seeking approval from is already living inside you. You just haven't learned to talk to him like a man yet. 3. Origins and the boy who stayed. Let's talk about that boy. The one who looked up to his father not just for rules, but for reflection. Every boy asks 2 questions. Do you see me? And do I have what it takes? When those questions go unanswered, the psyche freezes them in time. You grow older, but part of you never stops asking. Maybe your father was kind but weak, so you became rigid, overcorrecting his softness. Maybe he was powerful but cold, so you learned to hide your warmth to avoid humiliation. Maybe he was absent, so you built a fantasy father out of culture, success, or religion, bowing to ideals that always seemed just out of reach. In each case, the same thing happens. You internalize incompleteness. You measure yourself by the wound. The boy stays, still waiting for a nod of approval that will never come. But here's the truth. You don't need his permission anymore. You need your own. This doesn't mean rejecting your father or pretending he didn't matter. It means seeing him as human, flawed, frightened, doing the best he could with what he had, and then deciding to stop inheriting his limitations as destiny. When you can say, he gave me what he could and I'll build the rest, you free yourself from the cycle of reenactment. That is the beginning of individuation, the process Jung described as becoming who you truly are rather than who your conditioning demanded you to be. 4. contact without collapse. Facing the father wound is painful because it reactivates old grief, not just for what happened, but for what didn't. The missed conversations, the unspoken pride, the silence that stretched where affection should have been. When that grief surfaces, most men either run from it or drown in it. Neither is necessary. Contact doesn't mean reliving the past. It means witnessing it without illusion. You look at the truth of your upbringing, not to blame, but to understand. You might notice that every time you succeed, you feel uneasy, as if waiting to be cut down. Or that every time you assert yourself, you feel guilt, as if being strong is somehow betrayal. Those sensations aren't random. They are the nervous system of the boy inside you, remembering what power felt like in your house. Dangerous, inconsistent, unpredictable. That memory has been shaping your adult choices. Once you recognize it, you can begin to distinguish between then and now. This reaction is older than this moment. That simple sentence can save years of projection. You are not disloyal for acknowledging that your father hurt you. You are disloyal only if you keep pretending he didn't. 5. Containment before expression. When you start touching this material, a lot will rise. Anger, sadness, compassion, even confusion. The work isn't to release it all, it's to hold it with maturity. Many men, when first confronting the father wound, swing to extremes, either hating their fathers or idealizing them. Both positions are still boyhood, the boy who needs an enemy or a hero. Containment is the middle ground. It's the capacity to feel rage without revenge, grief without collapse, empathy without denial. To see your father as a man, not a myth, not a monster. The moment you do, the spell breaks. You realize that all the power you projected onto him, the authority, the discipline, the approval, was never his to keep. It was always meant to awaken yours. That's the paradox. Once you can hold both love and disappointment in the same heart, you become the adult your younger self was waiting for. 6. Consequences of avoidance versus integration. Avoiding the father wound doesn't erase it, it amplifies it. The man who refuses to face his father will either become him or reject him so completely that he becomes his opposite. Both are forms of bondage. You see it in the man who rules his household with the same coldness that once ruled him, calling it discipline, or in the man who avoids all authority, mistaking chaos for freedom. Both are still orbiting around the same absence. Integration, on the other hand, gives you choices. You stop reacting and start leading. You realize that strength and tenderness aren't opposites, they're allies. You can enforce boundaries without cruelty, command respect without domination, and carry power without apology. When you integrate the father wound, your ambition changes flavor. It's no longer about proving him wrong or earning his ghostly approval. It's about building something worthy of your own respect. That's the shift from performance to purpose, from a boy chasing admiration to a man creating legacy. 7 archetypal framing king, warrior, magician, lover. The father wound, left unhealed, fractures these 4 inner archetypes. When the king is wounded, he either becomes the tyrant, ruling through fear and control, or the weakling, abdicating responsibility altogether. The integrated king knows that true authority isn't noise. It's calm order, firm boundaries paired with generosity. When the warrior is wounded, he becomes either violent or passive. Without the father's guidance, the boy learns that aggression is evil, or worse, that it's the only way to be respected. The mature warrior learns that anger, when purified, becomes protection, a devotion to life itself. When the magician is wounded, cynicism takes over. He hides behind intellect, using knowledge to avoid vulnerability. Integration returns humility, the ability to use insight for transformation, not superiority. And when the lover is wounded, he oscillates between obsession and detachment. He confuses intensity with intimacy because he never learned tenderness from his father. The healed lover loves without losing himself. These 4 archetypes are the pillars of masculine wholeness. When you reconcile with the Father within, the pillars realign. You no longer imitate or rebel against his energy, you inhabit it. 8. Responsibility and witness. No man repairs the father wound by himself. You must face it alone, but you cannot heal it alone. You need mirrors. Other men who have walked this path and can hold your truth without judgment. Brotherhood isn't therapy, it's witnessing. The shared silence between men who finally see one another beyond performance. Responsibility here means one thing. You stop blaming the father you had, and you stop waiting for the father you wanted. You become the father you needed, first for yourself, then for others. That doesn't mean playing savior. It means living with authority that doesn't need to dominate, with warmth that doesn't collapse, with steadiness that doesn't perform. You'll still falter. You'll still feel that boy's ache when approval doesn't come. But each time you stay present instead of running, you reclaim another piece of your strength. That's how power is reborn, not as dominance, but as presence. The father wound is not your fault, but it is your responsibility. The world doesn't need more men running from the shadows of their fathers. It needs men who have faced those shadows and learned to carry them with grace. You may never hear the words you longed for, but you can speak them now through how you live, how you love, and how you lead. You can become the voice your younger self needed to hear. That's what Jung meant by transformation, not becoming someone else, but becoming whole. So stand up. The lineage ends with you. The silence ends with you. The fear ends with you. Be that man, not perfectly, reliably. Begin. When did you stop feeling like the ruler of your own life? Was it the first time you were told to tone yourself down? The moment you realized it was safer to please than to lead? Or when life became a series of reactions to expectations, demands, and noise, instead of a kingdom you consciously shaped? Every man is born with an inner sense of order, a psychological instinct that knows how to build, protect, and bless. Jung called this the king archetype, the organizing principle of the masculine psyche. It's the part of you that says, this is my life and I will take responsibility for it. But over time, most men lose contact with that center. They trade sovereignty for survival. They become ruled by schedules, relationships, or fear. They live like subjects in their own kingdom, efficient, capable, but inwardly exiled from their throne. Reclaiming the inner king is not about dominance or grandeur. It's about remembering who governs your mind and heart. It's about restoring order where chaos has crept in, inside your work, your relationships, and your nervous system. In this conversation, we'll move through 5 steps, not mechanical stages, but living recognitions that return you to the seat of inner authority, not as a tyrant, not as a savior, but as a man who remembers that true power is neither loud nor fragile, it is presence. 1. What it actually is and what it isn't. The archetypal king isn't the image our culture promotes, the alpha male who commands obedience, or the detached patriarch who confuses control for respect. That's not kingship, that's compensation. Those are men who've mistaken noise for authority because silence once made them feel powerless. The true king doesn't dominate, he orders. He brings coherence to chaos. He blesses what is good and sets boundaries around what corrupts. His presence is not rooted in ego, but in stewardship. Jung saw the king as the psychic center that integrates all other archetypes, the warrior, magician, and lover, into harmony. Without the king, they act out. The warrior becomes destructive, the magician manipulative, the lover uncontained. But let's be clear, the king can't be inherited. He must be earned through self-confrontation. You can't reclaim the throne without walking through your own disorder first. The very traits you may have judged as weakness, your self-doubt, your sensitivity, your inner conflict, are the same materials that forge authentic rule. In boyhood, leadership is fantasy. You want control. In manhood, leadership is burden. You learn that control is an illusion, but responsibility is real. The inner king isn't here to make you powerful over others. He's here to make you powerful with yourself, aligned, disciplined, compassionate, and unshakably accountable. And here's the paradox. Most men lost their inner king not through failure, but through adaptation. They gave up authority to survive. They became what was needed, the good son, the reliable worker, the agreeable partner. It was a strategy that worked once, but that obedience, noble then, becomes a cage now. The king returns when obedience gives way to discernment. 2. How it appears in ordinary life. You can see the absence of the inner king in the small corners of daily life. It's in the man who wakes up already chasing, checking his phone before his breath. It's in the man who says yes when he means no, who over-explains every decision, who leads teams but avoids his own inner counsel. It's in the way he snaps at his children, not because he's cruel, but because he feels powerless, and that powerlessness humiliates him. When the king is asleep, the psyche fragments. The warrior runs wild, turning every disagreement into a battle. The magician hides, rationalizing every failure. The lover starves, chasing attention because he's forgotten how to bless himself. And through it all, the boy still waits for permission to act. 3 common signs that a man's king energy is in exile. First, disorientation. He has goals, but no inner compass. He works hard, but his efforts feel scattered. The kingdom is busy, but leaderless. Second, resentment. He feels unrecognized, at work, in love, in life, but can't see that he's the one who abdicated recognition by giving away his authority. Third, compulsion. He becomes addicted to fixing others, managing outcomes, or overachieving, anything to distract from the emptiness of his throne. None of this is failure. It's the soul's way of saying you are living too small for your own potential. The good news? The king never truly dies. He waits. Beneath every frustration, every burnout, every moment of, I can't keep living like this, there is the voice of the inner king saying, then stop. 3. Origins and the boy who stayed. To understand why so many men lose their throne, we have to look backward, not at history, but at boyhood. The first king a boy ever meets is his father. Not because the father is perfect, but because he's the first embodiment of law, order, and strength. If that father was loving but inconsistent, the boy learns that leadership is unstable. If he was harsh and distant, the boy equates authority with fear. If he was absent, the boy inherits chaos. So what does the boy do? He adapts. He becomes obedient, clever, invisible, or rebellious. Each adaptation is an attempt to restore order in a world that feels unruled. But the cost is enormous. He builds an identity, not a self. That boy grows up and his armor becomes his personality. He prides himself on being rational, calm, high-performing. But inside there's a silent ache. Who's actually leading my life? Reclaiming the inner king begins by visiting that boy, not to relive his pain, but to tell him what he never heard, that the kingdom didn't fall because of him, that he doesn't need to perform to earn authority, that it's safe to grow into the man he once needed. You can't build an authentic throne on the ruins of a boy's confusion. You have to give that boy what his world couldn't, not indulgence, but direction. Then, and only then, can the man lead with clarity instead of reactivity. 4. Contact without collapse. When men finally touch the truth of how far they've drifted from their own authority, it can feel overwhelming. The temptation is either to collapse into guilt, I've wasted years, or to overcompensate with grand declarations, from now on I'll take control. Both are traps. Contact isn't about dramatics. It's about seeing clearly. You begin to notice how much of your life has been shaped by reaction instead of intention. How often you've let your mood, your partner, your phone, or your fear dictate what kind of man you are that day. Contact means saying, I have been unled. Not because you're weak, but because you forgot the sound of your own command. The king doesn't rush to fix it. He sits in the discomfort until wisdom arrives. This is where discipline matures into authority. Jung said that until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Most men call it stress. But what they're really feeling is the absence of sovereignty. When you stop performing leadership and start embodying it, everything slows down. Decisions become deliberate. Words carry weight. You begin to act from center, not from noise. That's the moment the king re-enters the room. 5. Containment before expression. Before the king can bless, he must contain. Containment is what separates kingship from chaos. It's the discipline of holding emotion, power, and responsibility without exploding or withdrawing. Many men, especially those who have never seen healthy authority, mistake containment for repression. They believe that to be calm is to be detached. But true containment isn't detachment, it's ownership. The king doesn't suppress his anger, he directs it. He doesn't hide his pain, he integrates it. He doesn't deny desire, he channels it into creation rather than consumption. A man who cannot contain his own power is possessed by it. A man who can contain it becomes a vessel for transformation in his relationships, his work, his community. And here's where most modern men get lost. They seek emotional release, not emotional responsibility. They want to vent, to purge, to let it out. But the king doesn't need catharsis. He needs clarity. His calm is not numbness, it's authority over his own storm. Containment gives rise to presence. Presence gives rise to respect. And respect, not dominance, is the natural fragrance of sovereignty. 6. Consequences of avoidance versus integration. When a man avoids his inner king, he doesn't become free. He becomes fragmented. He lives in reaction to old authority figures, to unhealed wounds, to invisible expectations. He either tries to rule everyone around him or quietly resents them for ruling him. The cost is immense. His relationships feel transactional. His work feels like servitude. His energy dissipates into proving rather than building. He becomes addicted to external validation because he's abandoned internal order. Integration changes everything. When the king returns, the noise quiets. You no longer seek control over people. You create coherence within yourself. You stop chasing approval because you start trusting your own judgment. You begin to bless instead of compete. And here's the mark of true integration: generosity. The king gives, not because he's trying to impress, but because abundance flows naturally from a life in order. The integrated man doesn't need to shout his authority. His life radiates it. 7 archetypal framing: king, warrior, magician, lover. In Jungian psychology, the king is not a solitary figure. He sits at the center of an inner court surrounded by the other 3 archetypes: the warrior, the magician, and the lover, each representing a dimension of mature masculinity. When the warrior serves the king, his aggression becomes purpose. He acts not out of rage, but conviction. He fights for what he loves, not just against what he hates. When the magician serves the king, his intellect becomes wisdom. He stops manipulating knowledge for ego and starts using it for creation and guidance. When the lover serves the king, his passion gains boundaries. His longing becomes devotion. He connects deeply without losing himself. And when all 3 serve together, the king finally reigns, not over others, but over himself. That is individuation, not fragmentation into roles, but the unification of energies into one coherent presence. A mature man doesn't oscillate between archetypes. He orchestrates them. 8. Responsibility and witness. Reclaiming the inner king is not a weekend revelation. It's a lifelong discipline of remembering who you are in moments when the world wants you to forget. You will need solitude to hear your own voice without interference. And you will need brotherhood, men who hold you accountable to the throne you've rebuilt. Because power without witness turns into delusion. You don't need followers, you need mirrors. Responsibility here doesn't mean rigidity. It means living as though your presence matters, because it does. Every choice you make is a royal decree. Every boundary you set or neglect shapes the kingdom around you. The king energy lives through responsibility, not the kind imposed by others, but the kind chosen from within. And remember, you will fail. You will lose your temper. You will doubt yourself. The goal is not perfection, it's reliability. The king doesn't have to be flawless. He has to be available. You asked how to reclaim the inner king. The answer is not in 5 steps you can check off. It's in 5 recognitions that reshape the man you already are. Remember what power truly is. Not dominance, but order. Not ego, but responsibility. Not applause, but presence. There is a king in you, not waiting for a crown, but for attention. He does not roar. He watches. He decides. He blesses. He builds. The world doesn't need louder men. It needs centered ones. Men whose authority comes not from force, but from alignment. So rise, not as a performer, but as a steward of your own life. Sit on your throne again. Be that man. Not perfectly, reliably. Begin. Why do you pull away from the very thing you say you want most? You crave connection, real soul-level intimacy. Yet when it comes close, something in you retreats. You start to feel smothered, restless, or suspicious. You pick fights. You go silent. You suddenly become too busy. You might even convince yourself that you just haven't met the right person yet. But if you look honestly, you'll see the pattern has less to do with them and everything to do with you. Intimacy in the Jungian sense is not simply closeness with another person. It is psychological nakedness, the willingness to be seen seen as you truly are, without your masks, without your performance, without the armor that kept you safe in childhood. That kind of intimacy is terrifying for many men because it threatens the very structure of the persona, the socially approved self you've built to survive. Jung wrote that individuation, the journey toward wholeness, requires confronting what stands between you and authenticity. Fear of intimacy is one of those barriers. It's not weakness, it's protection. But protection, once useful, becomes prison. This conversation is not about romance alone. It's about your relationship to vulnerability itself, the place where your power, love, and freedom all intersect. 1. What it actually is and what it isn't. Fear of intimacy is not fear of people, it's fear of exposure. It's the unease that arises when someone gets close enough to see the cracks in your armor, the parts of you you've worked so hard to manage, hide, or deny. Most men confuse intimacy with loss of control. They fear that if someone truly knows them, their doubts, their tenderness, their need, they'll lose power, respect, or independence. But that's a distortion created by a lifetime of equating openness with weakness. In truth, intimacy is not dependency, it's reciprocity. It's not merging, it's meeting. It's two sovereign people bringing their full, unguarded selves to each other. The adaptive function of avoiding intimacy once made perfect sense. It protected you from rejection, humiliation, or manipulation. It taught you to survive emotional environments that felt unsafe. The problem is that same defense still runs even when safety is present. The gold hidden inside this fear is sensitivity. The very quality that made you cautious is also what makes you capable of depth. You notice details others miss. You sense moods in a room. You feel deeply, but you learn to treat those gifts as liabilities because they once got you hurt. Reclaiming intimacy isn't about forcing openness. It's about trusting that your sensitivity, when matured, becomes wisdom. So when we talk about fixing fear of intimacy, we're not talking about forcing yourself to love faster or reveal more. We're talking about dismantling the old belief that you must be perfect to be loved or guarded to be safe. The truth is simpler and harder. Intimacy begins the moment you stop managing the impression you make and start allowing yourself to be seen as you are. 2. How it appears in ordinary life. You can see this fear in 1,000 small behaviors. You start dating someone, and just when things feel safe, you pick at flaws, become critical, or withdraw. You intellectualize every feeling, analyzing love instead of experiencing it. You keep conversations on safe topics, never letting them drift toward your deeper needs or fears. You feel anxious when someone expresses strong affection, as though their love is an obligation you must now perform. At work, you may find yourself avoiding vulnerability too, staying in roles that require competence but not authenticity, avoiding emotional connection with colleagues or subordinates. You might feel lonely even in groups, respected but unseen. 3 common markers reveal this fear clearly. Disproportion. Small acts of closeness feel overwhelming. A partner's honest question triggers panic, as if they're demanding too much. Projection. You label others as clingy or demanding, when really they're just inviting you into deeper contact. Repetition. Every relationship ends for the same reason. Too intense, too fast, too soon. But what's repeating isn't their behavior, it's your defense. This fear often hides under a polished exterior, independence, calmness, self-sufficiency. But these can be disguises for avoidance. You may be proud that you don't need anyone. The question is, does that make you strong or does it make you safe? 3. Origins and the boy who stayed. Behind every man who fears intimacy is a boy who once learned that closeness comes with a cost. Perhaps he grew up with a mother who was loving but intrusive, blurring boundaries and making affection feel suffocating, or a father who was distant or critical, teaching him that love must be earned through performance, or maybe both were preoccupied, leaving him with the silent conclusion that his needs were inconvenient. That boy made an unconscious contract. If I don't need too much, I won't be rejected. So he became self-reliant, stoic, charming, or invisible, whatever kept love stable. He learned to offer help instead of asking for it, to give attention rather than receive it, to seduce rather than be vulnerable. It worked beautifully until it didn't. As an adult, that boy still operates the controls. He still measures every interaction by safety, not truth. He wants love, but he wants it without risk, and that combination doesn't exist. Real intimacy always carries danger. The danger of being misunderstood, the danger of being hurt, the danger of being changed, but also the possibility of being met fully for the first time. To reclaim intimacy, you don't destroy that boy. You meet him. You tell him that he no longer has to manage love like a negotiation, that he can rest, that you, the adult man, can handle what he once couldn't. 4. Contact without collapse. When you start to face this fear, it will feel like standing in front of a mirror that doesn't flatter you. You'll see your evasions, your manipulations, your rehearsed indifference. You might even feel ashamed, as though your emotional distance makes you broken. It doesn't. It makes you human. Contact means being able to observe the fear without collapsing into it. You notice when your partner gets close and your body tenses. Instead of judging it, you name it. This fear is older than this moment. That single sentence separates you from the reaction. You begin to realize that your nervous system isn't reacting to this person. It's reacting to every unsafe closeness from your past. Jung said that what we most need is often found in the place we least want to look. Intimacy is that place. The discomfort you feel when someone sees you is not a signal to run. It's a signal that your deeper self is being invited out of hiding. The work is not to fix the fear, but to relate to it differently, to see it as a messenger, not an enemy. You may have spent years building a fortress to protect your heart. Now you're learning that walls don't only keep danger out, they also keep life out. 5. Containment before expression. As you allow more closeness, emotions long suppressed will rise. Sadness for the affection you never received, anger at the people who failed to meet you, grief for the years you spent pretending you didn't care. The instinct will be to unload it all at once, to finally be open. But unfiltered vulnerability is not intimacy. It's emotional flooding. Containment means you hold the emotion, not deny it. You feel it fully, but you remain the one steering it. This is how the masculine grows in emotional depth, not by becoming fragile, but by learning to carry more without shattering. Many men fear that showing emotion will make them less masculine, but it's actually the lack of containment that weakens them. True strength is being able to stay steady in the presence of your own feelings and someone else's, to let love, fear, and pain move through you without reacting from panic or pride. Containment transforms fear into fuel. It teaches you that intimacy doesn't have to overwhelm you, because you're no longer the boy being engulfed. You're the man holding the vessel. 6. Consequences of avoidance versus integration. Avoiding intimacy keeps you safe, but but also starving. It numbs the edges of life that make it meaningful. You can have sex without closeness, relationships without vulnerability, friendships without honesty, but none of them will touch you deeply. You'll live surrounded by people, yet profoundly alone. Avoidance has another cost. It freezes growth. You can't become whole without being mirrored. Intimacy is the psychic mirror that reveals who you truly are, not through fantasy, but through friction. The person who loves you will inevitably touch your wounds, not because they want to hurt you, but because they can't avoid the places where you're still armored. Without intimacy, those parts remain unchallenged and therefore unhealed. Integration, on the other hand, turns fear into wisdom. You begin to recognize that love isn't a trap, it's a teacher. You learn to distinguish between fusion and connection, between losing yourself and being met. You stop chasing excitement and start cultivating presence. And something remarkable happens. When you stop fearing intimacy, you stop fearing yourself. You no longer need to hide your flaws because you realize they don't make you unlovable. They make you real. 7. Archetypal framing: king, warrior, magician, lover. In Jungian masculine psychology, intimacy lives in the lover archetype, the part of the psyche that seeks unity, beauty, sensuality, and connection. When the lover is wounded, he oscillates between extremes, either detachment to avoid pain or obsession to avoid loss. He doesn't relate, he consumes or retreats. When the warrior dominates, he treats intimacy like a battlefield, needing to maintain control. When the magician dominates, he intellectualizes love, analyzing it to death. When the king is absent, no one brings order. The result is emotional chaos, disguised as freedom. Integration happens when the king returns to the throne. He allows the lover to feel, the warrior to protect, the magician to understand, but none to rule. The mature king knows that intimacy is not submission, it's stewardship. He knows that to love deeply is not to lose strength, but to refine it. The unhealed man uses relationships to fill a void. The integrated man uses them to grow a soul. 8. Responsibility and witness. Every man must face the truth that intimacy cannot be outsourced. You can't buy it, charm it, or hack it. You must live it. That begins with responsibility, not the kind that fixes others, but the kind that stays present with discomfort instead of running from it. You'll need solitude to hear the parts of you that still distrust closeness. And you'll need witness, people who remind you that openness isn't weakness, it's courage. Brotherhood teaches this best. Men who can look you in the eye and say, "I see you, all of you, and I'm not going anywhere." The path to intimacy isn't about becoming softer, it's about becoming truer. You don't heal through technique. You heal through honesty. Every time you let someone see you and you don't die from it, your capacity expands. Every time you stay open after rejection, your heart grows stronger. Every time you choose truth over protection, you reclaim sovereignty. You were not born afraid of love. You learned it, and what is learned can be unlearned. The walls you built were wise once. They saved you. But now they keep you from living. The real question isn't whether you can love, it's whether you can let yourself be loved. When you stop running from closeness, you'll realize it was never the other person you feared. It was the reflection they offered, the one that shows you without disguise who you really are. That's the sacred mirror. That's intimacy. So look, don't flinch. Let yourself be seen. Be that man. Not perfectly, reliably, to begin. Have you ever noticed how the moments you work hardest to forget are the ones that secretly run your life? There's a particular kind of pain that doesn't announce itself with tears or rage, but instead operates in the dark, a guardian at the gate of everything you want to become, whispering that you're not allowed to pass, that you don't deserve what's on the other side, that if people really knew you, they would turn away. This is the architecture of shame, and it is perhaps the most sophisticated prison the psyche can build, because the prisoner volunteers to be the guard. You're here because somewhere in you there's a recognition that shame isn't just an emotion you occasionally feel. It's a governing structure, an invisible constitution written in childhood that still dictates which parts of yourself are permissible and which must be exiled into the dark. Jung understood this with surgical precision. What we cannot face in ourselves doesn't disappear. It goes underground, and from there it runs us. He called this the shadow, and shame is its most loyal architect, the mason who builds walls between you and your own power, your own desire, your own aliveness, brick by brick, always in the name of protection. What we're doing today isn't learning to overcome shame or defeat it with positive thinking. That's the language of men who haven't yet understood that shame is a part of them, not an invader. We're learning something far more dangerous and far more real. How to turn towards shame, to retrieve what was exiled with it, and to transmute its crushing weight into the very foundation of adult power. What it actually is and what it isn't. Shame is not guilt, though we confuse them constantly, and the confusion costs us dearly. Guilt says, I did something wrong and I need to make it right. It's specific, it's bounded, it points toward repair. Shame says, I am something wrong. My existence itself is the problem. If you saw what I really am, you would recoil. Guilt is about behavior. Shame is about being. Guilt can be resolved through action and amendment. Shame feels ontological, written into the fabric of who you are, unchangeable. But here's what shame actually is beneath its crushing verdict. It's the internalized gaze of early caregivers and tribal others at a moment when you were utterly dependent on their acceptance for survival. When you were small, your parents' faces were your mirror. You learned who you were by seeing yourself reflected in their eyes. And if what you saw there was disgust, disappointment, or withdrawal when you expressed certain parts of yourself, those parts became unspeakable, intolerable, shameful. The child doesn't have the cognitive capacity to say, my father is having a bad day, or my mother's reaction says more about her than me. The child simply concludes, something about me is wrong, and I must hide it, or I will die. And in the logic of childhood dependency, this conclusion is accurate. Rejection from the tribe meant death. So shame evolved as a social survival mechanism, an early warning system that said, hide that part of yourself or face exile. The tragedy and the genius of shame is that it worked. It kept you connected, kept you alive, kept you in the circle of care, even if it meant amputating parts of your own vitality. The boy who learned that his anger made his mother go silent learned to exile his anger, and in doing so he also exiled his boundaries, his capacity to say no, his spine. The boy who learned that his tears made his father disgusted learned to exile his vulnerability, and in doing so he also exiled his capacity for intimacy, for being truly known, for receiving comfort. Shame always operates as a package deal. When you exile the unacceptable feeling or impulse, You also exile its gold, the virtue and power that traveled with it, and so we become adults who are functional and acceptable, but somehow hollow, armored against rejection, but also armored against life itself, constantly performing a version of ourselves that can be loved while the real self waits in the dark, patient and forgotten. How it appears in ordinary life. Shame doesn't announce itself. It operates through proxies, through reactions and patterns that seem unrelated until you learn to see the signature. A man sits in a meeting and feels a surge of rage at a colleague's condescending tone, but instead of speaking he goes silent, his jaw clenched, and later at home he snaps at his wife over something trivial. That's shame, the part of him that learned long ago that his anger makes him bad. So it gets suppressed in the moment it's needed and leaks out sideways where it can do only damage. Another man achieves success after success, each promotion and accolade briefly satisfying before the hunger returns, and he cannot understand why enough is never enough, why he feels like a fraud even as the external evidence mounts. That's shame, the sense that his true self is inadequate, so he builds tower after tower of achievement, hoping that eventually the structure will be tall enough to prove his worth, but the foundation is poisoned and no height can cure it. The first diagnostic marker is disproportion. Your reaction is far larger or far smaller than the situation warrants, which tells you that something old has been activated, something from before language, from the time when shame was installed. The second marker is projection. You become intensely judgmental or reactive to qualities in others that you've exiled in yourself, and the intensity of your reaction is proportional to how deeply you've buried those same qualities. The man who rages about other men being too emotional or weak is often carrying exiled grief or vulnerability he cannot access in himself. The third marker is repetition. You find yourself in the same dynamic over and over across different relationships, different jobs, different contexts, always cast in the same role, always hitting the same wall. The compulsion to repeat is the psyche's attempt to master old trauma, to finally get it right. But without consciousness, we simply repeat the wound, confirm the verdict, and strengthen the prison. The commandment here is simple and difficult. No shame about the shame. When you notice these markers, the immediate impulse is to add another layer. I'm ashamed of being so reactive, so defensive, so shut down. And now you're trapped in recursive loops, and the only way out is curiosity. Not judgment, not fixing, not even understanding yet. Just curiosity. Isn't that interesting that I reacted so strongly? I wonder what that's about. I wonder what old story just got activated. This curiosity is the beginning of witness, the first crack in the prison wall. Origins and the boy who stayed. Every man carries two timelines, the chronological life of the adult body moving through the world, and the arrested timeline of the boy who never got what he needed and is still waiting, still hoping, still organizing behavior around contracts he signed in blood when he was too young to read. Shame is always a childhood installation, always the result of a moment or a pattern when the boy's authentic expression met with rejection, disgust, or abandonment, and the conclusion was immediate and absolute. This part of me is bad. I must hide it, or I will be destroyed. The father imprint is often the source of shame around power, around anger, around ambition and assertion, and taking up space in the world. The father who rages teaches the son that anger is dangerous and out of control, so the son exiles his own anger and becomes overly accommodating, conflict avoidant, a man who cannot access his own backbone. The father who is cold and stoic teaches the son that emotion is weakness, that vulnerability is contemptible, so the son exiles his own feeling life and becomes brittle, cut off from his interior, a man who can think but cannot feel. The mother imprint is often the source of shame around desire, around sexuality, around need and dependency, and the hunger to be seen and held. The mother who was depressed or absent teaches the son that his needs are a burden, so he exiles his own neediness and becomes a man who cannot ask for help, who carries everything alone, who feels fundamentally unworthy of support. The boyhood contracts always follow the same structure. If I show this part of myself, I will lose love, so I must hide it and perform its opposite. If I show anger, I will be abandoned, so I must be nice. If I show need, I will be shamed, so I must be independent. If I show fear, I will be mocked, so I must be tough. And the adult armor that emerges from these contracts looks like strength, but it's actually the scar tissue around a wound, the achievement addiction, the emotional unavailability, the compulsive self-reliance, the performance of confidence, while the inside is hollow and terrified. Reparenting is the work of going back and giving the boy what he didn't get. Learning to meet your own anger with curiosity instead of suppression, your own need with tenderness instead of contempt, your own fear with presence instead of dismissal. It's the slow, unglamorous work of noticing when the boyhood contracts get activated and choosing differently, not because you've healed perfectly, but because you're willing to practice being the adult the boy needed. Contact without collapse. Contact is the moment when the wall between your conscious self and your exiled self becomes thin enough to see through. When what's been living in the shadow suddenly appears in the light and you have a choice. Turn away again or stay present. These moments arrive uninvited, a dream that shakes you awake, a conversation where someone names something in you that you thought was invisible, a moment of unexpected emotion that cracks your composure and reveals something raw underneath. Contact is always a little dangerous because it threatens the stability of the persona, the carefully maintained self that's been getting you through life. And the reflex is to restore the wall immediately, to explain it away, to return to the known, even if the known is killing you. But contact is also the doorway to integration, the only path out of the prison. And learning to stay present during contact without collapsing into the exiled material is perhaps the most crucial skill of mature masculinity. Collapse looks like being overwhelmed, flooded, losing all sense of adult presence and becoming the wounded boy entirely, drowning in rage, dissolving into self-pity, spiraling into shame so total that you're paralyzed. Contact without collapse means you can feel the old wound, recognize it, give it space, and simultaneously maintain enough adult witness to say, this reaction is older than this moment. This intensity belongs to something from before, and I can be with it without being consumed by it. The language of contact is always about making the unconscious conscious, about bringing awareness to what's been operating in the dark. And when you notice yourself shutting down emotionally, if you can name it, I'm shutting down right now. This feels like what I used to do when my father got angry. I'm not in danger now, but my body doesn't know that. You've introduced witness. You've created enough separation from the pattern to begin working with it instead of being run by it. Containment before expression. Every man who begins the work of retrieving his exiled parts eventually faces a dangerous moment. He discovers his anger, his grief, his desire, his power, and he wants to express it immediately, wants to let it out, wants to finally be real after years of performance. And this is where men blow up their lives, where liberation becomes destruction, because there's a crucial distinction between expression that's clean and expression that's contaminated. And the difference is containment. Containment is not repression. Repression is shoving the material back down into the dark, denying it exists. Containment is the vessel, the inner structure that can hold the intensity of what's been exiled without either suppressing it or letting it flood out unconsciously. And without containment, expression becomes a tantrum, a wound spraying shrapnel, a boy's rage in a man's body wreaking havoc. Clean anger is specific, proportional, present. It responds to what's happening now. It names the boundary clearly. It seeks resolution, not vengeance. Dirty anger is global, disproportionate, historical. It's fueled by everything that went unexpressed before, and it seeks to punish, to humiliate, to make the other person feel as small as you've felt. Containment is what allows you to feel the full intensity of your anger, to let it move through your body, to recognize its message, and then to choose how and when and whether to express it in a way that serves your actual needs, instead of just venting your accumulated pain. The same principle applies to power, to sexuality, to grief. Containment means you build the inner capacity to be with your exiled material before you act on it. And this capacity is built through solitude, through practice, through learning what it feels like in your body when the energy is clean versus when it's contaminated. Consequences of avoidance versus integration. There are only two paths available once you begin to see your shame clearly. You can turn away again, rebuild the wall, return to the performance of the acceptable self, or you can turn toward, integrate, bring home what was cast out, and accept the discomfort and difficulty of becoming whole. The path of avoidance looks successful from the outside for a long time. The man continues to achieve, to perform, to maintain the persona. But the costs accumulate in ways that are invisible until suddenly they're catastrophic. His relationships remain superficial because he cannot be truly known. His work becomes hollow because the whole structure is built on, if I achieve enough, I'll finally be acceptable. And that premise is poison. His body keeps the score through tension, fatigue, numbness. The real cost of avoidance is that you never become who you actually are. You remain the version of yourself that was constructed to be acceptable, and somewhere in the second half of life, the performance starts to feel unbearable. The path of integration is harder in the short term because it requires you to face what you've been avoiding, to feel what you've been suppressing, but the gains are real and they compound. Your relationships deepen because you can be known. You stop performing and start revealing, and you discover that being truly seen is more nourishing than being admired. Your work becomes meaningful because it's connected to something real in you. There's a quality that emerges in men who've done this work that's unmistakable. Calm backbone, the ability to be both strong and tender, both decisive and receptive, both powerful and vulnerable. You have clarity because you're not constantly managing the internal war between what you show and what you hide. The energy that was tied up in maintaining the persona is now available for presence, for creativity, for relationship, for the actual work of your life. and there's warmth with spine, humility that's not self-deprecation, but accuracy, responsibility that's not burden, but fragrance. When a man is no longer organized around avoiding his shame, he stops needing to control outcomes and becomes simply available, present, useful, a man who can be counted on. Archetypal framing, the king's integration. The work of transmuting shame into power stabilizes what Jung and later psychologists called the king archetype, the part of you that can see the whole system, establish right order, and empower those in your domain. But the king runs on clarity and integrity. He cannot bless what he secretly despises. He cannot establish order when his internal house is in chaos. And shame is the king's greatest enemy, because shame says, "You're not worthy to sit on the throne, you're an imposter." The shamed king becomes either the tyrant, desperate to control because he's terrified of being exposed, ruling through fear, or the weakling king, abdicating responsibility, unable to make decisions or hold boundaries because he doesn't believe in his own right to rule. The integrated king has transmuted his shame into humility, which is not self-negation, but accuracy. He knows his strengths and his limitations. He's not inflated by success or destroyed by failure. And from that grounded presence, he can bless others because he's not competing with them. He can establish order because he's not managing his internal chaos through external control. When shame is integrated, the king becomes capable of blessing instead of controlling, and this is what mature masculine leadership looks like. Not domination, not performance, but the capacity to see clearly, to hold boundaries lovingly, to empower without needing to be the center, to serve something larger than the wound. Responsibility and witness. There's a paradox at the heart of this work that must be named directly. The deepest transformation happens in solitude, in the moments when you're alone with yourself and there's no one to perform for, when it's just you and the exiled parts and the question of whether you're willing to turn toward or turn away. These are the decisive moments. 3 in the morning when you can't sleep and the shame is crushing and you have the choice to distract yourself or to stay with it and ask what it's trying to tell you. No one witnesses these moments. No one can do them for you. And this is where the work is actually done, where the prison opens or stays locked. But you cannot do this work entirely alone, cannot sustain it through sheer will, because shame thrives in isolation, and the antidote to shame is witness, is being seen in your actual complexity by another human being who doesn't turn away. This is the role of brotherhood, not the superficial version where men gather to watch sports, but the actual brotherhood where men can show their wounds without shame, where the performance drops and the real work of witnessing each other happens. You do the work in solitude, you face your shame alone, you make the choice to integrate, and then you bring that work to a witness, to another man or men who can see what you've done, affirm what you've discovered, challenge what you're still avoiding. The refrain that must be repeated until it becomes your operating system is this: not perfectly, reliably. You will not transmute your shame once and be done. You will not have a breakthrough that solves it forever. The work is not about perfection, about becoming the man who's beyond shame. That's just another fantasy. The work is about becoming reliable in your relationship with yourself, about developing the capacity to notice when shame gets activated, to recognize the old patterns, to choose differently, not because you've healed perfectly, but because you're practicing the new pattern, and to return to that practice again and again, not perfectly but reliably, until the new pattern becomes as deep as the old one once was. Closing. Shame is not your enemy. It's the guardian of what you exiled when you were too young to know you had a choice. The power you're looking for isn't out there, isn't in the next achievement or relationship or breakthrough. It's locked in the parts of yourself you learned to hide, waiting to come home. The anger you suppressed is your spine. The need you denied is your capacity for intimacy. The fear you exiled is your access to wisdom. The shame that crushes you is the raw material of the very presence you're trying to become. This work doesn't ask you to be fearless or perfect or finally acceptable. It asks you to turn toward what you've been running from, to meet yourself in the dark, to discover that you can hold what you thought would destroy you. It asks you to stop performing and start being, to let the people who matter see you as you actually are, to trade the prison of acceptability for the risk of aliveness. And it asks you to do this not once in some heroic transformation, but every day in small choices, in moments of contact, in the decision to stay present when everything in you wants to armor up and run. Be that man, not the one who's healed perfectly, the one who turns toward reliably, the one who can hold his own complexity without collapse, the one who's doing the work. Begin.